Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2023 tier lists of serving classes. We are now on week 2, still going weekly, yay. I am still a bit sick, sadly. I feel a bit better than last week, but I expect my voice to start dying pretty fast here. So again, apologies already when I start, clearing my throat a lot and maybe having a cough or two. But I'm optimistic I can do this in one sitting again. And yeah, this week it's archers, as you can see. Right off the bat, I have to say it hasn't been a good year for archers. Since the last time I did this list a year ago, they have only added one new entry. And this class still had less entries than Saber did to begin with, so... Yeah, it's been quite quiet for archers, and if I had to guess, they're probably going to release another one very soon. But yeah, next year it is then for the others. Now, I regrettably have to mention that Plushie sadly won't be joining me, at least not at the start. He did say that he might be able to join, later during the stream. He is still very busy after all. So I'm just going to be soloing either most of this or maybe all of it. I don't know yet. I'm hoping he could maybe join. It's always nice to have him on. And speaking of which, I got some feedback from you guys. Obviously, there were a lot of, arguments about placements, etc. And I want to say, first of all, thank you. Most of the arguments were actually well constructed, and they weren't really attacking anyone's opinion. You guys were mostly just presenting your own POVs, and I actually appreciate that. It's always nice to hear sides from other people as well. So, very well put comments mostly. And then the most of the feedback was that I was interrupting Plushie a lot, which honestly, I understand. I think I was doing it quite a bit. In my small defense, we have music on right now, which if you're watching this on YouTube, you can't hear because I have to mute the audio music track for YouTube, otherwise this video would never go live. So I wasn't hearing Plushie as well as I maybe should have been. So yeah, not really a defense, but there you go. And maybe I should bump him up a little bit more was another feedback I got. So if he's gonna be on, I'll try my best to improve on these things. Of course. So for this list, or rather before the criteria, etc., PSAs, I'm not going to go over them again, so there should be a link somewhere top here, top right about now, if I remember to put it there, which hopefully I do. You can watch a short video that lists all the criteria, so there you go. Now I don't have to read them in every single one of these. Now, so I think if I did my math correct, we should have 42 entries today. So it's a bit less than the Sabers, but it's definitely going to be here for a while. So if you're one of those people that's going to watch this thing in its entirety, which, first of all, shout out to you. That's very awesome. Recommend grabbing a drink or a snack or both. Because, again, this is going to be like 3, 4, 5 hours long. And if you're someone who doesn't want to watch the full thing, understandably, and you just want to see certain servants, I will write timestamps in the description of this video. So you should be able to find all the ones you want to see down there. So feel free to jump around using those if you want to do so. And I think that might be it. Oh, yeah, shoutouts. Well, shout out to Plushie if he does join. Shout out to Copy for making this template again. Shout out to Jord for his AoE loop numbers. And wrong thing. I actually pressed the wrong button. And shout out to I think it's let's see, Leafy, I don't know which one it is for the single target loop sheet. I'm okay. Another feedback was that I shouldn't be relying on this too much. I really am not. I put very little emphasis on this. It's just nice to show some numbers and whatnot, but this is not really the most realistic thing ever. Unlike the looping one, which is very practical, this one is mostly for the fun of it. So I'm not really gonna put too much emphasis on this. Ooh, so there we go. I guess we should get going now then. So starting from lowest to highest rarity, as usual. Starting with the 1 star, we got 2 this time. Very cool. Let's see. I have to keep. Oh yeah, I have to keep shifting between my crops because my setup is scuffed. So you're just gonna be seeing that a lot. So the first of the archers is Arash then. Day 1 1 star archer. Oh yes, indeed. A pretty famous guy at this point. Like, we're so many years into the game, everyone knows about Arash. So he's, I guess, AoE Buster Farmer. I wouldn't really call him a DPS by any means. And again, on that topic, I'm gonna try and be a bit more savage again. Like, even if someone might not be terrible, but if they hardly ever get used, or like there's so many more options that you always use above them, I will probably just bump them down quite a bit compared to last year. I'm just saying, so be prepared for maybe a bit of hot takes. I have to cover for Plushie after all as well. But yeah, back to Arash. Mr. One-star, very unique farmer. His attack is obviously bad, because it's a 1-star stat line, but, you know, at least his MP still hits pretty hard because of the way it works. Deck is kind of relevant for him in my opinion. Now, skill-wise, there's not really much to talk about. The first skill, you get actually a very fat amount of defense up for 3 turns and a good uptime. Poison resistance is pretty irrelevant, but it's still like a good amount of defense. Second skill is absolutely garbage. Not only is a clairvoyance a garbage skill, on a servant like Arash with these hit counts, this deck, 1-hitter MP, it is completely useless. It will have such a minimal impact that it will never really do anything. And then the third skill, which is really important for his main purpose, which is the battery. Up to 30% self-gauge and a pretty okay heal too, if you ever need it, that is. For farming, you don't really need it. So this is really the only important skill for farming. No damage ups, but luckily the MP still hits hard. Magic Risk C and Independent Action C. A bit more Magic Risk and crit damage. At least today we'll be seeing a lot of these passives, because, you know, it's the Archer passive, which is nice considering Archers have a pretty fat natural absorb, so it's nice to have that. He does have a Rider Append, which can be useful sometimes, because you can bring him on neutral, depending on the setups. And then his MP, which has been buffed. So, obviously, if you don't know yet, he does sack himself when he uses the MP. So, he's gone. Although, if you have a Guts, you can save him. I guess there's some wacky stuff you can do, but most people, like, the whole point is to let him die. So you get basically a free wave clear from him, and then someone else is going to come in as like a free swap with cooldowns and everything. So that's the whole point. And then the OC adds extra damage, you know, if enemies are alive. I believe it's, unlike Cheng Gong, his is 1 and 1, and Gong is like 4 and 4. So he does place a 1 extra hit if they live the initial hit, for quite a bit of more damage. So there you go. It's basically a double hitter MP, which is kind of crazy. Oh man, this is a tough one. I was thinking about Arash a lot, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I have to say, he is not relevant in the hardest farming in the game. He is not relevant there anymore. That's the thing. But he can still be utilized in a lot of different ways. And a 1-star cost is actually really good, because he's so easy to slot into a party, even with a high cost CE. Like, you can still find a lot of uses for Arash for sure, but like, you're not going to be farming 90++ with him. No shot in hell. Even if you have the fattest Arash, I don't really see it happening. So, this might be a bit cold, but I will place him at A instead of like A+, which I think where I had him last year. I'm going to start with an A, just because of how farming, like even for 90+, not even plus, I don't think he's that viable. He's mostly viable for the normal nodes, if anything. Oh, I placed him on EX last year? Okay. I think I had a lot of EXs on Archer from what I remember. Definitely will be different this year. But yeah, I mean, he's still like very good for what he does. And yeah, no, for a 1-star, he's a true standout. So I think Arash is still great, even if he might not be used for the, you know, hardest farming in the game. Now, the next one was also a 1-star, and it's a very different one. They share one thing, is that they both want to cease existing, to put it lightly, I suppose. We got Nobukatsu. Now, I think last year we had a lot of arguments about him as well, and we're probably going to have that again here. So, what is he? Well, he's basically a Buster support, but instead of calling him that, I always call him a Nobu support. You can use him outside of Nobu supporting as well, but in my opinion, you have better options. But he's not a lost cause by any means. So his stat line, it is what it is. 1-star stats, you know, they suck, but arguably you kind of don't want him to be tanky in some cases, so maybe it's not the worst thing. He's definitely never going to be DPSing for sure. His deck is okay. I guess it's like a decent one for star gen potential, so I don't actually hate it. Now, skill-wise, we got a lot of interesting stuff. So first of all, it's a single target confusion for 1 turn, or 3 turns rather. And you have a flat 30% chance to skill seal them for a turn when it procs. And then the scaling effect is a up to minus 30% buster resistance for that 1 target. So the confusion is like, I don't really like it too much. I think confusion, skill seal, it's a low tier debuff. It's not that amazing in my opinion. Sometimes at a merit arguably. But a good chunk of buster resistance down is actually still a nice thing to have. That can definitely amp your damage up a little bit. Like, resistance down buffs are still fairly rare to this day. So I will not really discount someone having it still in 2023. So it's on a 6-turn cooldown. It is for a 1-star servant, it's a good skill. I'll say that much. Second skill is where it truly shines if you have a Nobu. If you don't, it's very underwhelming. Well, actually, not really very underwhelming. For a 1-star, it's really good. So you always get like up to 15 stars per turn in a like 5-turn cooldown for 3 turns. Like, that alone is kind of nuts for a 1-star servant. And then the party gets 20% crit damage for 3 turns. So that's if you don't have Nobus with you, those are the 2 effects you get. For 1-star, it's still okay. Pretty damn good, I would say. But if you have Nobu allies with you for 3 turns each, you also get up plus 80% crit damage for 3 turns and then 3000% absorb. Now, if you have a Nobu, this skill suddenly becomes amazing. Like, that is seriously amazing stuff right there. It's great uptime, great buffs, great synergy, just amazing. This would be better than a 5-star skill if used on a Nobu. It's like a god tier skill. But it's only on Nobus when it's god tier. Now, luckily, the absorb goes up to 4 digits, so even when used on, let's say, Berserker Nobu or Mao Nobu the Avenger, who both have trash base absorbs, 3000% can definitely help them actually land stars as well. So very important. So for non-Nobus, it's good. For Nobus, is insane. Third skill, self-taunt for 1 turn on a 4-turn cooldown. Pretty okay. Then you also get more MP on damage taken, which synergizes with the taunt for 50%. Not too bad. Especially with enemies that have multi-hitters, you can actually get a lot of gauge from this. And then when he dies for the next 5 turns, which actually, it doesn't stack, but you can have a full uptime on it, you heal the party by up to 3k. Those who are still left alive by the time he dies. So, because he has a death gimmick as well with his MP, I kind of like that they put some kind of a, death thing here as well. So, honestly, it's okay. It kind of makes sense on him. Although, if you want him to tank stuff instead of dying, don't get your hopes up. He really can't tank too much. Magic Resist D and Independent Action C are kinda irrelevant. Magic Resist D could be higher, but yeah. Not the greatest passives for him. Caster bonus. I mean, if you bring him as a Nobu support, you can sometimes fight casters too. And then the MP. So, on MP5, which is free, you first of all charge your entire party by 20%, except for self. Not that it really matters, unless you bring guts. And then you get 10% buster up on the entire party for 3 turns, base OC effect. Doesn't scale amazingly well, but it's okay. And that's it, then you just die. But if you have Nobu allies, they also get to another plus 20% buster up for 3 turns, so up to 30% on base OC for Nobu allies. I think the MP kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie. I think it kind of sucks, honestly. Like, even for Nobu stuff, I think it's like your best bet is to try and keep him alive so you can actually get so much use. Like, this skill is crazy, right? I think the MP itself kind of sucks. Skills 1 and 1 is good, this is insane, and this is, you know, mitigation, maybe. But yeah, this is where it's at. This is the real thing right here. Skill 2. The MP is like, if you're gonna die, maybe you can get some bonus value if you know he's gonna die that turn, but otherwise you're probably better off just, you know, having better uptime on this, you know? Yeah, maybe, I think this should be a higher buster up for Nobu. It's only a plus 20%. It should be like 30 or 40 at least, I would say. Maybe 40 to match this 10 on base to get plus 50%. I think that would be cool. Because they did base 20 here and then 80 to match 100 for Nobus. Although, yeah, I do have to say, George, that in some cases, killing him is good if you're doing setups. Then, obviously, the kill is amazing. You get a free swap. I recently did my Super Bonny and one-shot in a Last Belt 7 boss. So, where I used Nobukatsu as well. So there, for setups, you actually really want the death on the MP. But for Nobu supporting, you're better off not killing him if possible. So this is a tough one. It really is. I think last year I gave him like a B plus or something. It's so hard to place him, honestly. I think if you're running him with Nobu, he's really good. But outside of that, he can be run for setups and then even a little bit for crit supporting. But I think if you're not running him on setups, he's just... The 1-star stats are... They just fuck him. They fuck him, dude. I'm just gonna be... Language. They're just gonna ruin him, you know? 1-star stats are just hard to use. Oh my. I think I'm gonna leave him in a B tier. One of the Bs again. If he was like 2-star or 3-star, I think I could bump him up a little bit. It's just that if you, as a 1-star, he's mostly just used for setups where he just dies fast. I'll probably keep him in B+, honestly. I think I'm okay with that. I still really like the second skill. It's kind of nuts. But yeah, good luck trying to keep him alive if you really want the mileage out of him. Right, the last bronze of the list is gonna be Paris. If I can find them. Okay, there it is. There he is. Okay. So, single target quick DPS. Now we're back to some more normal stuff. Just a straight up single target DPS. They have a like a niche, but yeah, we'll see. So attack is actually fairly high for a 2-star, 6.5k attack. Obviously, in the grand scheme of things, not amazing, needless to say. But, you know, it's worth noting that it's above the average. Double quick, double arch deck, I think is okay. Maybe double buster, double quick would have been better for more Summer Scotty synergy. Especially for an archer who has a good natural absorb. But I like the double quick at least, because then you can maybe get a full quick brave chain with the MP. That's always a nice thing to have. Right, let's look at the skills then. So, first skill, self-evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn on a 5-turn cooldown. Needless to say, that's bad. That's just straight up bad. But what else does it do? For 1 enemy, you reduce their crit chance by up to 30% for 1 turn. I wish it was a little higher, but I'm pretty sure the next thing is the reason why it's not. Same with the evasion, because it's a full buff strip as well. Which is very nice to have on command, needless to say. It's not AoE like the craziest ones, but regardless, it still removes every buff from the target that can be removed. So yeah. Dude, Flame, I don't want to talk about Gacha. I'm not going to give out blessings, bro. Okay, can we not talk about that? Okay. Bruh. Time and place, my guy. Alright, so if you do happen to remove the target's buffs, though, you get the niche active. So basically, it does a special debuff on the target for 3 turns. Which you'll see what it does when we get to the MP, I guess. But yeah, it's like a special debuff that only he does. So all things considered, I think it's still a good skill. It's sadly, like, there's so much in one skill, they had to nerf a couple of the effects, the first two namely. But I still think it's good. If you actually do manage to remove buffs, then it's really good. Because you also get this, which, again, you'll see how helpful this is later. But if you don't remove any buffs, it's weak. So it depends, I suppose. Yeah, I know, they can ping me in Discord. It doesn't matter. I don't get notifications, dude. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. I can just respond to them later, dude. Alright, second skill, we got the Artemis skill, but not as good on numbers. But honestly, I still think this skill is fine. So on a 5-turn cooldown, you get 40% attack for 1 turn. Basically like a mana burst, to think about it. Second effect is 20% defense up for 3 turns. That's actually very solid. And then self-debuff us flat 50 for 3 turns. Again, can be useful. Combined with the passive, you get 67.5%. That's fairly sizable. Sadly not 100%, but you know, it's up there. So on a 5-turn cooldown, it's better than mana bursts. That's pretty much it. Not too bad. It's alright. And the third skill is a self battery by up to 20% and then a up to 2k heal on self as well. 5-turn cooldown. Mid. Just mid. Nothing crazy. Very mid. I think this should be targeted, honestly. With these numbers and this cooldown, I think this should be targeted, but you know what? Okay. But among 2 stars, it's still, you know, definitely not as bad as you can get with skills. So, yeah. Yeah, this is just the worst version of Arash's battery, you're right. Anyway, Magicus B is nice. Independent Action EX, very nice, considering he is still supposed to be a DPS. Rider bonus, I would say irrelevant. MP, you do have a bonus normal effect of ignore invul for 1 turn before damage. Always love to see it. And then here is where the special debuff comes to play. So if the target has it, aka you successfully removed at least 1 buff, you do this. And yeah, it's basically your damage mod for the MP. Base 150%, goes up to 200, so the standard numbers. But I like that it's one that you can make yourself. Now, not always is it easy to do though. Because sometimes the enemy doesn't buff, for instance, or sometimes all their buffs are like unremovable. And to this day and age, there's a lot of buffs that are unremovable, right? So, now, I'm not exactly sure. Do you, if they have, like, let's say they have like 1 unremovable buff, and they do 2 buffs that can be removed, you use this to remove them. Obviously, their unremovable buff still stays. Does this still not apply because of that? Because it says if successfully removed buffs. Does that mean it fucks if a single one is remaining? I'm based on the wording, it sounds like it, honestly. So truly, if a boss has unremovable buffs, if it's that how it works, it's actually really bad then. Okay, so as long as it removes at least 1 buff, it works. Okay, thank God. Otherwise, that would be a lot worse. Okay, I'll take your guys' word for it. Okay. That's way better. So, the MP has good damage potential, but again, it depends on the matchup. But honestly, I think I might be a bit cold with Paris. There's so many single target archers, even on the low stars, that are maybe not even niche dependent. That, I don't know, I don't think, like, sure, Paris is not bad, but would you ever really pick Paris? Unless you have like a grailed copy or you just really like him. I don't think I would, so I kind of agree with a lot of the C's, honestly. Like just below average because of all the easily accessible competition that is just always gonna be, you know, consistent, I suppose. So yeah, gets kind of wrecked by the 2-star stats as well. Oh well. Yeah, they should make a gold version of Paris. Could be really good, actually. And speaking of which, we have another single target archer coming next on the first of the 3 stars that can also make their own niche. So I think this is usually where people mostly compare Paris to. Yeah, they're different on card types, but they work similarly. So next up is Robin, obviously. Single target arts nuker, I guess I could call him. Definitely a DPS. Now, sadly, his attack is not super high. It is below average for a 3-star. But, you know, at least his MP most of the time still hits really hard, which is cool. Double arts, double quick deck, I think makes sense, because, you know, his face cards are just trash. I'm gonna be real with you, they suck. You just want his MP to go as many times as you can with the best type of niche active. So this deck makes sense, because, you know, it's the best for gains, because they're never gonna give him a triple arts deck on day 1, 3-star. Alright, the first skill, AoE drop attack for 3 turns, 15%. Actually, not terrible. It's kind of awkward though, because, you know, he's mainly supposed to fight a single boss, so you have an AoE debuff. So sometimes it's, you know, you could get more value if it was single target, but I still like the effect. The poison obviously sucks, but then you remember that this is Robin, so it's actually really important. And what's great is that the poison lasts for 5 turns, and this skill has a 5-turn cooldown. So it actually, theoretically, unless you know, get skill sealed or whatever, you have 100% uptime on it. Now, worth noting, it is still a debuff, and it is a 100% base chance to land it. So if the enemy has any resistance, that 100% starts going down, you know? So it's 100% base. They have magic rest like ranks, whatever, like minus 20% debuff rest. That's already an 80% chance to land it. Add some other stuffs, and then you can potentially miss it. So that's the one annoying thing. But at least it's 100 on base. So if you're fighting like berserkers who tend to not have like any innate resistance, you're basically guaranteed to land it. So it depends on the matchup. Good vital skill for him though. Second skill, it's an E rank golden rule. It's a nice effect to have considering he wants to spam his MP, so having a 3-turn MP gain. But man, it's an E rank, and with his hit counts and numbers, unless you have like really fat support buffs, he's not really gonna gain super easily from face cards. You really need a lot of support. This doesn't really do much on its own. Yeah, this is like like if you compare this to Gilgamesh, it's like night and day for both the numbers and the effect, etc. So this is like pretty weak. Third skill, 1-turn evasion or 6-turn cooldown standard, but his unique version has a 1-turn sure hit and also a 20-star bomb. Can be a bit awkward, because usually you want to save this for survival, so you might not get the best value out of the sure hit if needed, or the stars in most cases, so... But when it does land really well, it's actually very good for value, I would say. So overall, I think his kit is kind of old, but, you know, it's still not, you know, garbage. I guess if you're on Castoria, you can maybe afford to drop the evade and just get the stars and maybe... Oh, shit. Maybe the sure hit if needed. Magic Resist D could be higher. Independent Action A is nice as a bonus. Not that he has a lot of crit focus, though. And then the MP, like it's as simple as it gets. There's no normal effects besides damage, but the OC is where it's at. It's a poison damage mod, and not just any damage mod. It is a higher than normal damage mod. It starts at 200%, which is usually where standard damage mods on MP cap at with max overcharge. So his goes from 200 to 250, so he's like 50 potential higher. So yeah, if you've obviously never tried using Robin, just give him a nice number of buffs, make sure the enemy is poisoned, pop the MP, and they just kind of explode, right? So, despite the MP sucks with effects, it still does a lot of damage with poisons up. And it's also worth noting, because, you know, you obviously can whiff this, depending on the enemy, but there are still, like, at least 2 or 3 poison command codes, as far as I know, so those can help. I'm pretty sure those are still susceptible to resistance, because they have, like, 100% base too, but it will make it much easier to guarantee that whenever you MP, you always should have a poison up, right? So, yeah, there's ways to make this very consistent, even against enemies with some kind of resistances on. So, Mr. Robin Hood, I still think he is a pretty solid one among the 3 stars. There's a lot of single target ones here, but yeah. I think last year I had him on A. I might still go with the same rating, honestly. I wish he was a bit more modern with his kit. But he still hits really hard with his MP. And he's kind of easy to support. And he's somewhat self-reliant because he can make his own niche. And the huge damage mod on the poison, considering you should always have it up. I think it's worth an A, honestly. He hits harder than many gold servants, honestly. Sadly falls, you know, on the other aspects of the kit, but NP damage-wise, he is definitely up there. Can't deny that. Yeah, they should buff his golden rule. They really should. Okay. Euryale is next. So another single target arts DPS archer. She actually has a better attack. It's about average-ish for a 3-star. So it's a bit better than Robin's. Also has a double arts, double quick deck, which in her case, I would say also the best case. Because she is also, surprise, surprise, you know, just there to spam her MP. I think her skills are maybe a little bit better than Robin's. It's not a big difference, though. Her skills are still pretty outdated as well. But I will say this, her MP is at least easier to spam. Her face card potential is better. So, while the MP Knight might not always hit as hard, even though it can hit very hard, it's definitely easier to spam than Robin's MP. So, she's doing a bit better here, at least. Now, the first skill, her version of Vampirism, I hate because it's not a guaranteed drain. It only goes up to 80% chance on a single target. And then the batteries are really random as 27% because, you know, day one design. Like, what the hell, dude? On a 6-turn cooldown, I would say it's like meh. Because I hate the fact that you can whiff the drain. Like, I honestly, I'm more triggered about the drain being 80% than the battery being 27. That's truly the worst part about it to me. Like, drain is such a powerful mechanic for bosses. It can buy you precious time. And if you whiff it, you just feel bad. It's not a hopeless skill, but you just hate it when it whiffs. Second skill is a base 100% chance to charm a male for 1 turn on a 7-turn cooldown. This should definitely be 6, but I can kind of understand why. Because, you know, if charms are too low on cooldowns, then, you know, enemies susceptible to charms, you can kind of permanently lock them in some comps. But, yeah, you're most likely... Best comps for Euryale are not going to be running those anyway. It's just her, mostly. So, again, it's not even guaranteed if they have sub-resistance. So, and considering she's an archer, basically every saber in the game has innate resistance of some kind. So, it can whiff as well. But, you know, can be okay. Third skill is the best skill by far. Self 30% arts up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That's it. But hey, it's a good number, good uptime, easier loops. So yeah. Is it basic? Absolutely. Is it still fine in this year? Yeah. It's okay. So neither servant does amazing for skills so far on 3 stars. Magic Rosé is great. Couple that with Goddess's Core EX for a 50% innate debuff resistance. That is cray-cray. That is a nuts amount. You at least, at the very least, you coin flip every debuff. You can even improve on it, but yeah, that's kind of crazy. And then 11% crit damage is always a nice bonus to have on an archer, so... Passives, it's actually really good for a 3-star. Yeah. Berserker Append is also very solid, obviously. Because she is anti-male, you can easily run her into male berserkers. So it's a good append as well. Her MP has been buffed, which is... Her MP works in a really interesting way. Because the scaling is actually her damage mod. The MP actually always does the same base damage. Like, if you're not fighting males, MP1 equals MP5 in damage. Not a lot of people actually realize this. I don't know why they did it like this. I guess they wanted this to be scaling. But I think what they should have done is make this scaling... and then make this another OC effect, which also scales. But, you know, it still works, I guess. So, it's always the same damage if you're not fighting males. But if you are fighting males, boy, you get the base 150. So, it's not 200 like Robin, which is way over than normal. 150 is still the base. But her scaling is still better. Because remember, usually these scale from 150 to 200. But her scales from 150 to 250. And because it's tied to the MP level... ding ding ding, you're always gonna get 250 on males, so that's a serious damage mod right there. 250%. That's like 2.5 MPs. That's kind of crazy. And then a nice, really high chance, so we basically can't whiff this. Minus 20% attack for 3 turns. Really solid, actually. I like that. That's really good. And then also another charm, 100% chance base on the OC to charm another male. So truly, yeah, anti-male is real. Is real to the point that I would probably use Euryale more often than Artemis against males. Although I still think Artemis is underrated and gets a bit too much hate. But Euryale is just pretty damn consistent against males though. And male as a trait... Actually, no, it's not even a trait, it's a gender. It is obviously very common. So despite her, like, old skills, the MP is crazy. Her passives are crazy for a 3-star. And she still works. Her MP is fairly easy to spam as well. I feel like I should put her into A+, honestly. I kind of, like, now you're saying, like, but wait, Robin always works, right? He's not dependent on, like, gender or whatever. Yeah, you're not wrong. But here's the thing. Male is still a very common thing to face. And I'm just being real with you. I obviously wouldn't pick Euryale if I'm not fighting a dude. I would never pick Euryale if it's like a female or no gender, right? But male is still so common. I like, there's a lot of use cases for her, right? So I think I'm gonna slot her above Robin because of that. Even if Robin is, you know, his niche can quote unquote always work, except when the boss is debuff immune, obviously, but there you go. I think she's actually very solid to this day. Works really well with the art supports as well. Right, next one, another day one, we got Mr. David, single target red DPS / support. So he's like a mix. 7.7 attack is actually really high for a 3-star, so he's so far doing the best of the archers. He actually does have the triple arts deck, which I'm actually still to this day very surprised that they did this. I guess they wanted to try a lot of, you know, different, like, things day one. Some of them were wacky. Some of them, you know, maybe more reasonable, but yeah. Yeah, exactly, Jord. So, I'm not sure how much I actually like his deck. It's kind of awkward considering he has a Buster MP. This deck, if this was on, like, Euryale, oh my god. She'd be EX. But David is, I would say it's actually not the best deck for him. Sure, his MP can be okay, but maybe should have been like double quick or something. Or double quick, double buster, maybe 1 arts only. It's kind of weird. Anyway. First skill, a very fat 50% defense up for 1 turn on self with the 2k heal. It's a 5-turn cooldown, but depending on your comp, you can use this to tank like an MP. It depends though. And obviously this is self only, so the others would still have to, you know, save themselves as well. So, it's mostly, I would mostly just use it for the heal, and then, you know, if the enemy happens to attack you on the same turn, you barely take damage, so I think it's pretty weak, honestly. It's kind of weird. Second skill is one of his most well-known things. It's good old AoE one-hit evasion, which actually does not have a duration. So until the guy gets hit or buffs are removed, they will keep that 1 stack of evasion for like good. Obviously you can't stack it, so even if you loop this skill with the cooldown, it doesn't stack. But it's very cool, makes it very flexible. In a lot of cases, depending on the comp, you still obviously want to save this for an AoE MP to fully, like, stop it. But depending on your comp, you can pop this very early on as well. So it's flexible like that. It also removes party mental debuffs, so I always wish skills that do this would, you know, let these skills be used when skill sealed, because it really makes no sense, right? It's an anti skill seal one, but you can't use it when you're skill sealed. I think these should be exceptions that are specifically mental debuff, like disengage, for instance. At least this one is AoE, so if he's not skill sealed, your allies are, you can still get use of the skill seal part, but yeah. I would say that part of the skill is kind of like meh. Those are, like, keep in mind, this is not even a stun. This is specifically the terror stun. So it's like mental debuffs removal is not as good as it might seem. So yeah, it doesn't work for normal stun, for instance. This is a terror stun. Oh, you can only remove the clock, not the skill seal itself. Okay. Well, it's honestly even worse then. And then you get a 800 heal for the party, which is kind of negligible, is not that big of a deal. Kind of a small number, but you know, it's okay. 6-turn cooldown. I think it's fair for a 3-star servant. I don't hate the skill. I think it still has a lot of good uses. It's alright. Third skill is a base charisma. You hate to see it in this day and age, but at least it's not an E rank. So you still get 80% attack up for 3 turns for your squad on a good uptime. You know, you could do worse. It's not tactics. It's not clairvoyance. It's charisma B. Still not a huge fan of it though. Magic Rosé is nice because he's designed for bosses. Independent Action A is actually okay because you can do deeps with him as well. Berserker Append once again. Really solid. MP has been buffed, so before damage you get a 1 turn of a sure hit, which is cool as a bonus. And then with the buff, now you also get a flat, not 150, which again is usually the base even on flat effects, but 200% giant damage mod. And then you 100% base chance to skill seal the target for 1 turn on OC. I don't really like the OC. I think the sure hit is nice, and then the damage mod is what makes this MP. If you're not fighting giants, this MP is like, you can just kind of dust it off. It's not going to be like super hard hitting, especially compared to a lot of the other archers. 3 stars, it's weak. But obviously, if you do fight giants, Mans is blasting. Yeah, Spriggans beware. This is the anti-Spriggan MP. Now, keep in mind, there is like sometimes, like I kind of wish they combined Giant and Super Giant because some people don't know there's 2 mods for that. There's a trait called Giant, and then there's a trait called Super Giant, and they're not the same thing. So it makes it even a bit more niche, sadly. I think they should combine those, honestly. I don't know why they didn't. It's kind of weird. Anyway, David is an interesting case. He's like one of those good old reliables, right? He's mostly picked there for his support, but I think in this day and age, I think most people just don't really pick David too much anymore, right? His Bonsi is a fun meme as well, yeah. I don't think he's like all that... Like, he's good for a newer account for sure. Absolutely. But I think, like, when your account is like a year old, you probably have way better options for like all scenarios. And at that point, he would probably just be picked for the anti-giant MP instead of supporting. Like, you're not necessarily wrong in saying that he's probably top 3 low-star supports, Jord. But again, I'm going to be a bit more brutal this year. Like, yes, he's good, but how many people have picked David anymore, right? That don't do like low-star runs only. It's a lot easier to get more options, I would feel like, than... Like, so many people prior rolling supports anyway. Do you rate him as a 3-star? I will, but I also will put a lot of preface on the fact that how often they should be picked still. Like, Euryale, I rate her as a 3-star, but I would still absolutely pick her against males. Even if I have, like, Kuro, for instance, I would absolutely pick Euryale for male. Like, no question about it. David, if I have, like if I have a Castoria... Or, like, even some, like, I don't know, man. I feel like he's just not picked that much. I'm still gonna give him, like, a B+, I think. Because he's very accessible. But, yeah. Like, even Shufu exists nowadays, which I feel like harms David. Shufu is just so much better, right? So much better. I don't think it's even close. Yeah. They are a bit different, but at least she has way more application. AoE Team Evade is really rare. You're not wrong, but again, if you need specifically that, you can just pick a Merlin from support or whatever. So I don't feel like he should be given a high rating just because he has a AoE one-hit evade, you know? That's way too... I can't put too much emphasis on it, you know? Like, I might even... Yeah, I might agree to Sparkin saying B plus is generous because I'm trying to be a bit more brutal here. But I'll still bump him there or leave him there, you know? I think it's lower than last year, but... Yeah, good old reliable David, I guess. Alright, moving on. We got, is it Kid Gil? Yes, okay. Let's see, Mr. Gilgamesh, not adult version. So, AoE Buster DPS. Not even a farmer, honestly. Sad to say that. Which really will affect his rating, I'm already gonna be honest with you. Now, much like David, he at least still has a good attack stat for a 3-star, so that's cool. He has the Gilgamesh deck, which makes sense. His gains are actually not terrible. Even on his own stuff, you can actually do okay. Obviously, shines better with the support, though. So I think at least up here, it makes sense. I like it. Charisma A+, the Gilgamesh special. Better than David's, I guess, but besides that, not the most flashy skill anymore. This buff recently landed on NA, the Charm one. So he now has a base 100% chance to charm a humanoid target for 1 turn, and then also get 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Now, this is just a way better version of Euryale's charm, basically, because hers is only male, humanoid is like 99% of servants, and it's still the same chance, same cooldown, and you also get stars per turn. Is it still an amazing skill? No. Is it better now? Yes. So there you go. Humanoid charm is good though, because, you know, it's 99% of servants in the game. But still, it's only 100% base, it still can be resisted. Third skill laughs a little bit on Robin, I guess, by having a higher version of Golden Rule. So again, with this active, he can actually be a bit more self-reliant on gains. But you're probably going to bring supports with him anyway. Although he's kind of a half support himself, which is one of my problems with him as well. I feel like he should be more selfish, but Magicrus E could be better. It's literally the lowest rank. Independent Action A I like. Divinity B is probably a demerit in most cases. Rider Append meh. The MP has been buffed, but there is still nothing for normal effects besides damage. But at least the OC is interesting. It can be utilized well, so you get 3 1-turn effects, but they're high numbers. The debuff rest is only 20. That's like whatever. That no one really cares about that. But then 50% crit chance down and 50% MP damage down for 1 turn. So you could do some cute stuff with this, but I feel like it's not really worth the effort, honestly. You could try and neutralize MPs, but I just don't really see it as a legit strat, honestly, with Kid Gil of all servants. It's an interesting thing, though. If anything, I think the best thing is the 50% crit chance down. Yeah, funnily enough, if you do bring 2 Kid Gils, you can actually get a minus 100% MP damage. Actually, even more than that, because, you know, one of them would have OC as well. So it's awkward, right? And he's AoE, and it's already so contested among the low-star archers for DPSs. Oh, it's crit damage, not crit chance. Oh, yeah, you're right, actually. Oh, man. Okay, I would have preferred chance, but... okay. Damn. That's I just realized, this is insanely rare. This is an insanely rare effect, not just in MPs, but, like, kits in general. Wow. It's almost 90 and 98% of cases is crit chance down. Like, I would honestly say even crit resistance is easier to find than minus crit damage on the enemy. Who else does even have this? Okay. Well, if the enemy, let's say there's a scenario where the enemy guarantees crits, like no matter what, maybe there's a niche for this, you know? Oh, Yanqing also does it. Okay. You're probably better off picking him then. I mean, you're still gonna get blasted. Crits would still hit you harder than normal attacks, so it's not that great, honestly. I would prefer crit chance down instead to just fully whiff crits, maybe. Damn, this is, dude, I think here is this might be a bit brutal, honestly, with Kid Gil. So last year I placed him in, like, B. I might place him in, like, D+. Is that too much? Like, there's so many options, and why would you pick him? Like, why would you pick him? I don't really get it. I don't really see a reason why I would pick him. Like, sure, he's not garbage. Again, definitely not garbage. But even among 3 stars and lower, there's so many better options. He's like half DPS, half support, so if you want that, just pick David instead, you know? If you want DPS, just pick Robin, pick Euryale, pick Billy, pick whatever, dude. There's even welfares. There's welfare AoEs. Yeah. I'm gonna place him in D+. Savage year is real. I'm placing more emphasis on the, like, would you ever really actually play him? If you have even a small amount of choices. So, there you go. There aren't very many AoE archers in low star to including Arash. Yeah, but I feel like that doesn't really mean much. Because you have a lot of welfares as well that are AoE. And surely everyone has, like, when you're 1 year in or so, you probably have at least 1 gold AoE archer. Be it a 4-star or a 5-star or a welfare or whatever, you know? So, they would always do better. Alright. Next up is Billy. I just mentioned him, I guess. Okay. Some Billy fans might get mad at me as well, I'm not gonna lie. So, single target quick DPS. There he is. Attack could be higher. It's lower than average again. I wish his deck was either triple quick, double buster. I don't really understand why he has double arts. I guess it's a bit easier to loop the MP, but if he was double buster, he would be way better with Summer Scotty. Obviously, they couldn't know that at the time they designed him. It was like over like a 5-year gap or something. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the deck, honestly. Obviously, pretty low hit counts. He's still year 1, so it's not the worst hit counts ever. He's not a day 1 serve. He's still year 1 though. If anything, the 2 hits on the quick is the real sad thing, right? So that's the real sad thing. First skill, pretty infamous, I guess. It's a 120% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's like a crit mana burst. It's literally what it is. It's a crit mana burst. So, you know, potential is okay, but then you remember it's also, you have to crit or it's useless. And I'm just gonna be real with you, he himself will not be generating many stars. You will need a lot of help with that. Even a very buffed Billy, with these hit counts, he's not gonna be generating stars. So this is a hit or miss, literally. Then his infamous 50% battery as a 3-star. This was very legendary. I would say it's obviously a 6-turn cooldown, which is usually where most 50% batteries are. This sadly doesn't do anything else, so it's literally the base where you compare to. Even then, it's not a bad skill. It still works, obviously. I don't mind it. Even if it's a base version of a 50% battery. It's still good and nice to have. Considering, you know, again, his gains are not all that amazing. And then the third skill is a Mind's Eye Fall, so even more crit damage, up to 32% for 3 turns this time, and then the 1-turn evasion or 6-turn cooldown. Yeah, it works. Easier to keep him alive. Still okay. There's not much going on in his skills. This is empty. Like, mod check, FX, mod check, kit, hello? Where did it go to? Oh, it was never there to begin with, never mind. Alright, Independent Action A is actually good. And Riding C is actually nice to have. It won't really help too much with his gains, but it's basically a nice damage buff. So, that's cool, I guess. Rider bonus, whatever. MP has been buffed, and yeah, needless to say, it does good damage. So he also ignores evasion for 1 turn before damage. And then the OC is minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on 1 enemy, which I like. It's a good OC. And then MP5, you can do a fat amount of damage. Obviously, doesn't still compare to, like, some of the 3-stars that do have their niches active. And some of them are even quite easy to get them active, as we've already seen. But if we discount niches, He has a very hard-hitting MP though. But the competition, no. Oh man. Like, if anything, like, if you can get him to consistently crit and, you know, throw out a decent amount of MPs, he is good. But I feel like it's a lot of investment you need to do to actually make him, like, all that good. I would probably just prefer the competition most of the time. Oh boy. So I had Billy on B+ last year. I think it's one of these two, honestly. One of these two. I think he's a better version of Paris for sure, but... he could be average, honestly. I kind of just like Robin and Euryale way more, honestly. Euryale is easy for dudes, and Robin can always self-enable niches, and he loops his MP a bit better. Yeah. It's pretty rough, but... oh well. You could still work Billy if you want. No worries. Alright, 2 more 3 stars. Next up is Mr. Rice, if I can find him. Which I can't. There he is. Tawara Touta. AoE Buster Support / DPS. I don't really want to say farmer, to be honest. I've tried it. It doesn't work. Alright, 7k attack. Around the average. Double Buster, double Arts. I think it's fine. I think the deck makes sense. Skills, we got a Self Buster up 3 turns, 30%, and then a 2k heal for Self, 6 turn cooldown. It's okay. It's not bad. Especially for a 3 star, it's actually fine. Then, he has PFA, which is nice actually. On a 5 turn cooldown, get a 2-hit evasion. It's not 3 hits like the best versions of the skill, but you know, for 2 hits, no like duration, 5 turn cooldown, that's already very solid. And then a 14% defense up for 3 turns. So yeah, it's a good survival skill. Can't discount that. Then the 3rd skill has been buffed. What, I forgot, was this buff active when I don't think this was there when I did the list last year. I actually really like this skill now. So it's a 2k max HP for the party for 3 turns, which honestly I tend to like. I think in most cases max HP is better than heal because you can use it on max HP obviously. It's only weak if the enemy like spams the buff removal. Then it can be worse than heal, but yeah, I actually like it. And then now it's an AoE 20% buster up for the party for 3 turns, and also a 10% AoE battery. So this on a 5 turn cooldown is actually kind of cracked for a 3 star. In fact, this would be a good skill on a gold servant too. This is actually a legit skill now. Oh yeah, this was one of the anniversary buffs. Yeah, that's true. This is actually a great skill. Really good. So honestly, I think of all the archers, he has the best skills so far. I would say, honestly, easily. With this buff, he has easily the best skills of all the archers we've seen so far. Not a single skill is bad. They're all good. Magic Wrist C. It's okay. Independent Action B. Nice bonus again. Berserker Append. There's a lot of archers with this apparently, but yeah, it's nice. In fact, with his niche, I think a lot of demonic enemies are berserkers as well. And then the MP. Sadly, no normal effect is this is where my problem really comes with Touta. And the way the damage it's a buff one. It's not like a like honestly, I think it would be better if they made it like the MP only damage with like base 150. Now it is 3 turns, 50%. It is also before damage, so it helps the MP as well. But the MP still doesn't it doesn't hit hard. I can tell you from experience, his MP is still like kind of weak. It doesn't hit super hard. I kind of wish they had the 150 just for the MP alone. Now, obviously, if you actually do plan on doing longer fights, and maybe even use him as like a legit main DPS, then that 3-turn buff can actually, in the long run, be way better than the actual other alternative, which was the 150 based for the MP only. I do wish there was a normal effect too, though. But this buff was done a long time ago, so they weren't really all that happy adding new effects back then. So if anything, I think the MP is the weakest part about him. I actually really like his skills. Touta is an interesting case. Certainly an interesting case. So last year, where did I have him? I had him on a B tier. I might bump him to B+, honestly. I think he's comparable to David. David is a bit better for maybe team survival. It depends on the case, I suppose. But he's very easy to keep himself alive. And I like his skills way more. But then again, I think David's MP fits boss is usually better. I feel like they should be on the same tier. Because, man, his skills are actually really legit now. Yeah, I think I'm okay with that, honestly. I like the buff. The skill buff. Okay, next up, the final 3-star. And one I actually like quite a bit myself. I wonder why. So, William Tell. Single target arts DPS. 7.3k attack. Not the highest we've seen, but definitely above the average. Pretty cool. Double arts, double buster deck, I think makes sense. He has both crit potential and also MP spam potential, so I think the deck is good. Has a bit more modern numbers as well. Makes sense. The skills are also pretty cool. So you have a base 100% chance to skill steal one enemy. It's like, can be okay, sometimes maybe not, it depends. But then you also get a 30 bomb of stars. So that's kind of fat when you think about it. That's pretty fat. That's a lot of stars. It's not Mozart fat, nothing is, but, you know, is like as high as it gets otherwise. It is a 6-turn cooldown though, so definitely a lot of downtime, but it can make for a very fat turn. Like you can easily go like back-to-back MPs or whatever. Second skill is basically Euryale skill, but you add 1 turn of cooldown, but in return you also get 3 turns of debuff immune. Not like 3 times or 3 times 3 turns. No, flat out 3 turns. That's actually pretty strong. I think that's well worth the added cooldown. So I think this is a better version of the Euryale skill, even if it's a 1 turn higher on the cooldown because of that. I actually really like this skill. And then the third skill, it is again a 1/3 effect, so both absorb crit damage 1k% and 100 respectively. Again, couples nicely with the first skill, so you can have a fat crit turn. So his crit potential isn't as good as it could be because of the 1-turn stuff, but definitely still worth mentioning and talking about. It's an okay skill. I actually like this more than Billy's. Because it's still a lot of crit damage, but you also get the absorb, so I think this is better than Billy's. So I think his skills are good. I like them. They're basic, but they're good. Magic Resist D could be higher. Independent Action A is nice. Assassin bonus, whatever. And then the MP, which is arguably, again, the weakest part of the kit. It depends. So another ignore evasion before damage. Very fitting here. And then, if the enemy has an evade, you blast them. So first of all, 200% damage mod. So again, it's one of the higher ones. It goes from 200 to 250. So it's the same as like what Robin's, right? So yeah, sadly he can't apply his own niche like Robin can. That's the only sad thing. So this is like if you don't have if the enemy doesn't have evasion, this MP doesn't hit su. It's kind of weak unless you have a lot of buffs, but like just without that it doesn't hit super hard. But if the enemy does have it, then boom, good night, you're sleeping. I think I had him on B+ last year. I might still be on that opinion, honestly. I think I kind of prefer them in this order of the arts ones. Especially when it comes to usability. I think this is how I'm gonna do it. Do you wait for the evade or do you use the MPS app? Yeah, it's awkward, huh? Sometimes you just keep blasting. So yeah, it is what it is. And the way the enemies are programmed also doesn't help him, because most enemies that have an evade that is not a scripted one tend to use it when they're low on HP, right? So at that point, extra damage is kind of wasted anyway when you think about it. Unless it's like let's say they activate it on 30% or less, and the HP bar is like 1 million, then it's still a reasonable amount of health left. But in most cases, it's going to be like 100k or less. So depending on your buffs, you could do that amount of damage with a normal MP without the evade bonus anyway. So, eh. Okay, that's low stars done. Moving into gold then. Starting with ya boy, Mr. Swords 2.0. Actually, no, he's the OG. Last week was, the new guy. EMIYA it is. So, he's an interesting case. He's AoE, he's a DPS, and he's a farmer. He can kind of do both. For sure. Stat-wise, what do we got? 9.3k attack is just above average for a 3 or 4 star. Triple art stick. It depends if it's good or not, honestly. I kind of wish he had double buster, though, because of the crits skill, but it is what it is. I'm not the biggest fan of the deck. Obviously, when you use the Arts MP, although actually you don't even need the deck at that point, you would still do the Arch Chain because of the damage, basically. Yeah, I figured he would be Jord. I saw it already. So, the first skill of Mind's Eye True. If anything, I kind of wish this was Mind's Eye False for more crit damage, but I guess he gets a lot of it anyway. So it's a standard survival skill. It's okay. Now, the second skill used to be Poop, and now it's really good. So for 3 turns, you get 100% Star Gen, which can be really... If you use his Buster version, then it's actually like 20 stars at least. For Arts, it's a bit less. And then the other effect which got added is 100% crit damage for 3 turns. Just like not even a buff. They just straight up added that from nothing. So that's why he has very good potential for a crit DPS, needless to say. It's up half the time, which is, really good. My voice is already dying, this is bad. Anyway, good skill, very good. Now the third skill has been buffed twice, because, they really like this guy. So, you get the Rainbow Mana Burst. Which, honestly, I think is not as good as some people think it is. Because in most of... Unless you get, like, a Mighty Chain, you're gonna waste some of those buffs anyway. But, it's nice to have, I guess. But then the second buff added the cool option of you being able to change his MP for Arts for 1 turn. Which is very cool. Because, his MP has an insane hit count. So that's kind of nice. So with that, I think the skill is very nice. Otherwise, it was just like... Now it's actually very cool. I like when they do stuff like this. Magic Res D, I wish was higher. Independent Action B is just alright. Caster Mod. I wouldn't really run him on neutral, honestly. So I would say irrelevant. MP has been buffed. It has a normal effect of ignoring defense, which is cool. And then an AoE drop attack for 3 turns, 10% base. Well, considering for bosses you could have a decent uptime on it to maybe even stack it a little bit, it's not bad. It's okay. The MP, it's alright. After the buff, it's alright. It's not the best MP ever. Now, for farming, there's actually a lot of different things you could do, right? You can flat out just run double Castoria, and then there's specific instructions here what you do. For double Castoria only, you would run Super Scope and start with the Buster MP, then free loop with the Arts one, and then end with another Buster. You can see the damage numbers are terrible, so I would recommend not doing this one at least. It's mostly a meme. Now, some of the other ones are not so... Like, these two are more legit, if anything. It's like... He's like one of the rare cases, like, where you actually mix Koyan Light and Castoria, right? Because of the way his MP changes types like that. But he can reach some okay numbers. If you do the full 3, a double Koyan Castoria, Arts, MP, Buster MP, you actually do okay numbers. But the numbers aren't as good as some of the other farming archers. Like, even with double support, so... I would say for farming, you have better options. I think I was praising his farming a little bit too much last year, honestly. So, I don't think his farming is all that great, honestly. You can do better. But I do like him as a DPS, though. But I think I was maybe a bit too generous on him. He's either an A or an A+. I can't see myself doing EX anymore. Some EMIYA fans are gonna be mad at me because they're probably expecting me to do the same thing, but yeah. I can't do it anymore. He's just lacking something for EX. If his farming numbers were better, then maybe. But as is, he's a good DPS, but yeah. I wouldn't really use him for farming either. Although, I'm honestly inclined to do A because this is basically me ranking him as a DPS because I wouldn't recommend him too much for farming, right? And there's a lot of options for DPS on archers, right? And arguably, you prefer a single target option in most cases anyway, right? For MP type. So man, this is truly the year of hot takes, right? I think I'm gonna go with A, honestly. Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, man. He's still good, but yeah, okay. There it is. Dude, the comments are gonna be wild. Also, I had the wrong crop on. There you go. Yikes. But that's what I do here. Make people mad. Alright. Next up, another day one servant. We got the Nyanta. So, we got AoE, a quick farming archer. Would not really use her for DPS, so I'm just gonna be talking about her farming side here. 8.6k attack on the lower side for 4 stars. Double quick, double arts. For farming, it's pretty irrelevant. For DPSing, it's okay for better MP uptime, but I think double buster would have been better for Summer Scotty synergy, for what it's worth. Now, skill 1 has been buffed, but it's a joke of a buff. They increased the value by 14%. Well, you know, it still helps, I guess. Like, this is such a year 1 buff moment. So anyway, AoE, a quick mana burst. That's it. It's better than a mana burst because it's AoE, but in farming, does it matter if it's AoE or not? In most cases, no. I don't think anyone really truly runs her in like duo setups or anything. She's usually the only farmer in comps. So it might as well be a mana burst in most cases. It is what it is. Second skill is a 1k absorb for 1 turn on a 4-turn cooldown. Well, there it is. It's okay, but I wish it had crit damage as well. I don't really like it. Oh yeah, remember when the game launched? People, dude, you know what's funny? She was considered quick support. I even did the same. I knew she wasn't amazing, but I still did it. I maxed the skill, and I also farmed her Bond C, which is AoE plus 15% quick on the party. This was the first, for story time. This is my first Bond CE on NA, I'm pretty sure. On my main account, this is the first Bond C I got. And you know why I did it? Now, I actually remember that now. You know why I did it? Because Scotty was not going to release for like 3 years. Actually, I'm not even sure if Scotty was even out at that point on JP. Anyway, I knew Okita was coming year 1. And I wanted my waifu to have the best support options out there. So, that's why I bonded up Nyanta from like as soon as I got her. I think I got her near the launch. So, there you go. I'm officially... my simping goes hard back, dude. It goes back hard. There you go. Anyway, moving on. Third skill, her version of the 1-turn, 6-turn cooldown evade. She has MP generation for 3 turns, 50%. Now, thank God she does. Without this, she would be hopeless. So this is a very, very, very important thing to have. Otherwise, she would kind of be useless. I'm not gonna lie. Just because of this, she has a place in the game. Magic Grizz D. Whatever. Independent extra day. Good rank. Berserker bonus. Can she even loot Berserkers? I don't know. I would assume no, at least not in a pretty way, but you know, it's still a good append regardless. It's good. And then the MP has been buffed, but again, it's an old buff, so they only added damage, and they added 5 more stars to the base OC. Okay. I feel like that OC sucks. Like 50 stars, you might say it's not that bad, but dude, you're gonna get so many stars from this MP anyway. Like, what's the point, dude? This is like such a. I think the OC is in most cases pointless, because you're always gonna be hitting 3 targets most likely. And you wouldn't bring her against single target anyway, so what's the... Like, this MP kind of sucks big time. It just does good damage, but it just sucks big time otherwise. Yeah, you can have 70 stars instead of 50. You can have more guaranteed crits than your guaranteed crits. Oh, wait. So for looping numbers, she's not amazing. Now, you can obviously add an Oberon or a third Scotty to make the numbers way better, but I don't know. Even among quick stuff, I would say she doesn't seem that amazing, right? Yeah. Now, she's probably good enough at least to do sabers, right? So you would never probably do neutral with her, that's for sure. Sabers, you can probably make do with most content. But obviously for the higher farming nodes, then I think she just can't do it, because her refund wouldn't be enough when the enemies drop below 3 copies. I think she's like B tier, honestly, maybe. I think she's still an okay quick looper, but yeah. Maybe even lower than B, honestly. Maybe C+. I mean, maybe B is fine. Yeah, maybe B is fine. At least she's also permanent, which is cool. She's been in the game since day 1. Yeah, how's it going? Yeah, I'll probably plop her down to B. We'll see if I move her later. Alright, we got Nobu next. Oh, this might be a bit brutal too. Okay. Washija. AoE Buster DPS. Not a farmer. So that already doesn't sound too promising. 9.4k attack though is at least pretty okay. Double Buster, double Arch deck. I think honestly is good for her. Yeah, I'm okay with the deck. I like it. AoE MP generation on skill 1. 3 turns, 30%. 6 turn cooldown. Kinda just very mid or below mid. Second skill, 100% divine damage mod for 1 turn, 5 turn cooldown. So it's like a divine mana burst. Very niche. At least it's one of the more common traits, I guess. So, but the thing is, because it's only that, if you bring Nobu against something that's not divine, you have a dead skill. That's something you never want that, right? So basically, I would say you would only bring Nobu against divine, because she doesn't even bring that much to the table, right? So at the very least, the enemy has to be divine for Nobu to even be considered a legit option, right? Otherwise, I would just never bring Nobu. Third skill is actually good. It's basically self-mod, rank A. It just has a different name, because why not? So it's still one of the better crit skills. 3 turns of absorb and crit damage, decent numbers, good uptime. On an archer, 600% is definitely enough for absorb to get pretty consistent crits. So, at least this skill is good. It's basic, but it makes sense. Magic Resist B is okay, same with Independent Action B. Kind of mid on both. And then the MP. Oh boy, is the MP poop. There's no normal effect besides damage. And then there's another damage mod for the MP, which is riding enemies. Now, it's not riders. Riding is a trait. So, yeah. Now, if you hit the golden goose of, you know, like, you're fighting Altera, right? Then you're gonna blast her, even with an AoE MP. But, man, she's such an old welfare. You can see it. She's one of the first ones in the game, dude. And because this AoE, and because she has no way of doing legit farming, like looping Man, Nobu is just not looking very pretty on 2023. If this was single target, you might make some arguments. Because obviously free MP5 and all, but... Man. I haven't picked an Nobu, like Archer Nobu, in like a year or two or more in either server. I think I'm gonna put her next to Kid Gil. I think I'm just gonna put her there. Oh no. Kinda super underwhelming nowadays. They need to do like a Gouda Mega rerun and also do the Liz where they buffed all the Liz's. Instead of buffing all the Nobus, buff Archer Nobu 3 times. Do that. Alright, I'm sorry, Jun, it is what it is. Oh, the next one is actually a cool one. We got Tristan next. Oh, baby. I think Tristan is still, to this day, underrated. I must have been saying that last year as well. So, single target quick DPS / some team utility. I wouldn't go as far as to maybe say support. I guess you could say that, but I would say mostly utility. But yeah, he's cool. 9.7k attack is very solid for a 4-star. Deck is double arts, double quick. Maybe nowadays with Summer Scotty, double buster instead of double arts would have been a bit more favorable, but I don't hate the deck anyway. His MP is still very strong, so him having more, you know, generating cards for MP, I don't hate it though. First skill, used to be David. Again, still fine, right? But, man, take a look at this after the buff. Like, bruh. Now it's a self-quick up for 3 turns, 30%. It's no longer only removing party's mental debuff, it's a full cleanse, no matter what the removable debuffs are. Still has the 1 attack evasion, and also increase the healing from 600 to 1k. Now on a 6-turn cooldown? Is that a nut skill or what? Like, come on, dude? Like, hello? How crazy is that? That's a really nice skill. Now, this is a very, like, top tier 4-star skill. Very, very good. Second skill. I think people give too much shit about the second skill. It's not that bad, honestly. So yeah, it's a 50% barrier like Billy. So in that sense, it's the same, but it does come with a demerit, so it's worse because he MP heals himself for 1 turn. But with this, you can also remove it now. And you probably want to use this on turn 1 anyway because of the quick up. So you would do this, and there's no longer a demerit to begin with, right? And obviously, you have other options to deal with, you know, debuffs like this as well. So, I don't think it's that... I think this is a very minor demerit, honestly. And it also shares the cooldown with this skill. So, you should always have both of them up at the same time anyway. So, I don't think the demerit is meaningful at all. And then the third skill. I really like the third skill. It's a full buff strip on an enemy and then a 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. I like that it's 5 turns. On 6 turns, I would still be like, yeah, it's pretty good. But on 5 turns, buff strip, with a good uptime on the crit chance down, I think it's a great skill, dude. It's a legit great skill, dude. Like, overall, I think his kit nowadays is just great. It's really good. Magic Risk B and Independent Action B. Again, we got Bs again. Pretty run-of-the-mill. Not bad. Not great. Caster bonus is like, unless you bring him as a support. I wouldn't really bring him as a support, to be honest. You could, but maybe better options. And then the MP. I like the buff. Because at least it's not just the damage buff. They added a new normal effect, which is ignore defense, right? So it also has ignore evasion. Sure hit, if you will, for 1 turn before damage. But now also ignore defense. The OC can be okay. It can help with his third skill as well, and depending on teammates, they can also get value of it. So it's a base 30% debuffers down for 3 turns on the target. Which again, for those that didn't know, you know, obviously makes it easier to land your debuffs. You can have negative debuff resistance, for those that didn't know. Like, even if you have, like let's say you have a charm that has an 80% chance to land. The enemy has 0 debuff resistance, right? Now, if you apply this to them, it is a minus 30%, which basically acts as like a debuff success rate. So that way, you would have a base 110% chance to apply the 80% charm, right? So that's basically how it works, which is a cool little thing, I suppose. So with this, he actually has a 130% chance to apply this crit chance down. So, cool. And obviously with a single target quick mod, the damage mod is really high for the, the damage. I think Tristan is just really damn good. I think he's easy A+. Easy A+ tier. Super solid DPS, great utility. He's a good teammate. You want this guy on your team. The only minor side is that he's story locked, so, I would still say he's good at MP1 for sure, but if you want more copies, it's harder to get more copies than some of the other ones. But he is very good. Underrated, I might say, because I hardly ever see him, but yeah, Tristan is just mad solid. Alright. Ooh, and then we got some ones that are not so solid, I guess. Ooh. What is his DPS or sub DPS? Nowadays with the heart buff, you could use him as main DPS, and I think that might be the best case, honestly. Maybe him, a full support, and then either another full support or a half DPS, half support. Anyway, let's talk about the Summer Yuri Pirates. So single target Buster DPS, I believe, unlike the Rider counterpart, which is quick based. 9.4k attack, so again, pretty solid. I think most Knight classes do well on numbers for DPS, which is good. Double Buster, double Arts, yeah, okay. Maybe double quick would have been cooler, but okay. It's okay. First skill, it's a charisma that also buffs your male ally star rate, or like star gen rate, by 41% for 3 turns. So for them, it's useless. For them, it's literally a worse charisma. And considering there's supposed to be a single target DPS and a selfish one, this is a pretty misplaced skill in my opinion. I don't get this one. I don't really like this skill on them. I don't like the skill too much to begin with. It's barely a better charisma. Because Star Gen is also not even an amazing effect most of the time. So I would say first of all, it's misplaced. And 2, it's just a weak skill nowadays. So, Second skill has actually been buffed. I forgot if this was up last year. This is a fairly recent... maybe this was like the anniversary before that. So maybe it was. Anyway. Self-absorb up 600% for 1 turn. Get 15 stars. And then the buff added a 30% MP gauge. That on a 6-turn cooldown, I think is passable for sure. Is passable for a 6-turn cooldown, yeah. But would I say it's like amazing? No. And their MP most of the time hits pretty low anyway. It's not a very damaging MP. You'll see why soon. Now this skill is way better than the first one. It's a self-only attack up for 3 turns, 25.5, which is a good number on a 5-turn cooldown. And then it's a permanent guts, so it's a one-time guts with 1 HP, but it never expires, so it's there until it's removed or used, so that's very good, very flexible. And then the demerit is minus 50% debuff rest for 3 turns, so it basically nullifies their innate resistance and then some, makes you susceptible for some stuff, but I don't think it's a nasty demerit. It's like whatever. So at least this skill is good. It's basic, but it's good. Some servants do have this, and yeah, it's an okay skill. What's with the decimals? Yeah, early game design. Magic Gris D barely does anything, and when this is active, it does nothing. Well, makes this a little bit less annoying, but yeah, whatever. Independent Action Day I like, especially in a Buster one. Rider bonus, whatever. And then the MP, which is honestly very lackluster. So the OC is 10% base defense down for 3 turns, and it's after damage. Like, talk about a weak OC, first of all, on a not very super spammable MP to begin with. It does have 9 hits on a Buster, even if it's single target, so you can maybe get a handful of stars. And then, if you're full HP, it's a noodle. It's just flat out a noodle. And they're also limited, which makes it even harder to get copies of, so... Yeah, it's a pretty bad MP in my opinion. It's weak. So... There's a lot of Archer DPSs among 4 stars and lower, but... I would most likely almost never pick Summer Yuri Pirates. Even after the buff to the second skill. D plus or C. Crappy version of Hijikata. Yeah, basically. At least Hijikata still has really good crit potential. Yeah, you know what? After the buff, I'll do C. I would say I would agree with that. They're more usable than Nobu is. So I'll do it based on that. Unless I want to bump Nobu down later, but I feel like it's too brutal for a free MP5. I think this is okay. So I would still say they're below average, but I would not really pick the bunch at all. Okay, next up is actually someone who's way more pickable, and also a welfare. It's Kuro time. Yeah, Jax was ready for it. Okay, let me get a sip first. So, single target archer. 9.8k attack. Is that the highest so far? Yeah, it's pretty damn solid for a 4-star. Not like God tier, but it's good. Double arch, double quick. Triple arch would have been best, but this is, I guess, the second best case scenario, because really, she's all about the MP spam. She can do a bit of crits, a little bit, but it's really all about the MP spam, so I like the deck. Mind's Eye Falls, one turn of 8 for 6-turn cooldown, so you know, the base one. This one comes with defense up. I honestly think maybe this should have been fall, or actually no, it is false, I'm stupid. I need to sleep more. Yeah, this is the crit damage version. So yeah, I like this more than the defense up version on her. Yeah, I prefer this. It's okay. And yeah, her arch has 6 hits, and it's just 2 of them, which is funny. So if anyone's ever like done overkill arch crits with her, boop, 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 the bar just jumps. I wouldn't really, I mean, after that you have like the biggest downtime ever, and you can't finish the fight with that auto, so I don't think it's all that legit as you think it is. No shot you can finish the fight with that, and the downtime will be horrendous afterwards. You're just gonna die. Anyway, she has a rainbow mana burst. Now, sadly, unlike EMIYA, she has nerfed values, so she has 35% each. I think it's weak. Just straight up, it's a weak skill. If you do land a Mighty Chain with an MP, then it's good. But only then, in my opinion, it's good. Otherwise, it's kind of weak. Now, the buff to the third skill is kind of whatever. It's buff success rate up for Ilya allies for 30%, so in most cases, you don't care for this. So it's a 50% battery, like some of the other ones we've seen so far, on a 6-turn cooldown, and then she gets 100% star rate for 3 turns. Now, this is the reason why she can actually do some crits as well. I was about to get, I know, Jord. So with this shouldn't be discounted. Like, you might think like, oh, she's arts. She's not going to generate any stars even with this. You'd be mistaken. This actually can make her generate a buttload of stars. I'm not joking. I've seen it myself. There's a lot of potential here. So that's why I want to say she's mostly about the MP spam, but she does have some fairly legit crit potential too, actually, because of this existing and also crit damage here. So don't discount this, actually. She still has, you know, high hits. Even this 6-hit arts can generate good amount of stars despite being arts. Magic C, Independent Action B, I like. Caster bonus, I probably wouldn't run her neutral. And then the MP is a 6-hitter as well, fun fact. Also ignores evasion, much like every other archer it seems, before damage. I like the OC as well. 20% crit chance down for 3 turns on base. And it's a free MP5, so based on that, I do think the MP is good. It's not like amazing, but it's good. Can refund a good amount as well. And yeah, and considering the MP is spammy, having that crit chance down for 3 turns is nice. So yeah, Kuro I still think is very reliable and relevant. To this day. I think she's just flat out great. Still, I would say, I might as go as far as to say still to this day, top 5 welfares in the game. I might just say that, honestly. And I would go no less than A+. I think last year I had an EX, but ooh, I might settle with A+. Maybe it should be EX. I don't know though. It's tough. I don't think A+ is generous. I think it's actually legit. We'll leave her there for now. Again, adjusting maybe later at the end. Okay. Yeah, we can always, like, depending on the EXs later, we can always adjust. Like, don't worry about it. This is not necessarily final yet. It could be, but yeah, we'll see later. Okay. Next up, we got more blue stuff. Mr. Edgy EMIYA Alter, single target arts DPS. Not as high attack as Kuro, for instance, but in having said that, it's also slightly worse than average for 4 stars. So, you know, you kind of hate to see it. Same deck as Kuro, though, with 4s across the board, minus the extra being at 5 for hit counts. I like the deck, because again, I doubt they were going to give him triple arts like OG, so it's basically as good as it gets when it comes to MP generation, I suppose. Now, his skills are interesting. This was around the time when they started adding a lot of servants that were, like, you know, use-based. They were either, like, take X amount of hits and X turns, or, like, do X amount of hits, X turns. His skill is full of it. So, first of all, you get a 3-time 5-turn damage, like, just flat out defense up 50%, and then a 3-time damage cut for 500. Now, the damage cut is, like, whatever. It's kind of minor. But a 50% defense up, that's legit. That's a lot. With class advantage, you're going to get tickled. It's just tickles coming your way. Now, they're both at most for 3 attacks. But considering it's a 5-turn cooldown, even if it gets, like, you get popped 3 hits turn 1, it's not the worst, I guess. But that's most likely you're going to get, like, at least 1 or 2, or maybe even 3 turns out of these hits. So, I actually think it's better than what it looks. Like, I prefer this one to David's first skill, for instance. This is way more flexible. So, yeah. Wait, there's buffs? Wait, there's new rank ups? Wait, did I miss some buffs or whatever? Was there new buffs today? Interesting. Anyway, whatever. He also has the rainbow, you know, Meta Burst, but he has slightly worse numbers than Kuro even, so we keep getting worse and worse. Interesting. So it's only a 30% up now, so kind of weak. Kind of weak. Yeah, I don't think there's any buffs. I think I would have already known about that, but yeah, okay, that guy must be trolling. Anyway, yeah, I don't think this skill is very good. Third skill, we get back to this stuff, so it's a 3-time 5-turn attack up for self, 40% 5-turn cooldown. I do hate this, kinda. I hate this for the same reason I hated, like, Saito's third skill, because with this, 40% is nice, but you can never get this to work with an extra attack. If you get the best case scenario of the MP Arts Brave Chain, missing out on that 40% attack up for the extra, considering nothing else in the kit even buffs the extra either, ooh, that kind of hurts, you know? That kind of hurts. That's the only reason why I kind of hate it. Oh, man. Yeah, Gorgon has 4 times. They actually, you know, accounted for that. It was with the buff, right? So, yeah. No, this is not rank up. This is, dude, this is the tier list, bro. You're high, man. This is literally the tier list. You need to lay down the weed, bro. Anyway, overall, I think his skills are average to slightly worse than average. I do prefer Kuro's kit overall. Magic Risk D, could be better. This is at least an A rank. I like that. Archer bonus, irrelevant. MP has been buffed, which is the reason why he's somewhat relevant, because his MP actually does hit hard. It does ignore defense on normal effect, which is cool. And then I kind of hate the OC, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm so mad. It used to be a 60% chance to drain the target, and then they buffed it, but not to 100% base. They buffed it to 80. They still, like, look, it's still 100% here for max OC. They just improved the scaling. It's so stupid, dude. Why isn't it 100%? I'm so mad. obviously, I guess they couldn't really. They would have to switch it to be a normal effect and then add a new OC, because then there's no point in scaling it, because you can't actually resist the drain. You can only miss it. So it would have. But they have done that in the past. You'll see later when we talk about Artemis. They have done that in the past. So I don't know why they didn't give the same treatment to EMIYA Alter. I'm pretty sure at this point they even had done the Artemis buff way before this. So I just don't understand. So it's the MP hits hard. I like the added ignore defense, but I hate the OC because it can whiff. I love the effect, but man, the fact that it can whiff, any drain should not be under 100% nowadays. It's a crime. Man. So he's also story locked, which is kind of annoying. Most people don't even have a single copy of him. He doesn't even get that many rate ups. I think he's quite a bit worse than Kuro, personally. His face cards are also worse. He's not a free MP5. I think he's just like so much worse than Kuro. Maybe a B tier? Is that too harsh? Maybe not. Maybe fair. It still puts him above average for like DPSs, which I feel you can make MP1 work with cast stories and whatnot with the MP buff. His MP still hits hard, but besides like hitting hard MPs, he doesn't really do too much. Yeah, MP drain is not a debuff. Yeah, so even with debuff success rate up, it doesn't affect it. No, it's not considered a buff or a debuff or anything like that. It's its own thing. So even if an enemy, for instance, has debuff immune, you can still drain their tick. It goes through that because it's not a debuff. He's not that much worse to Kuro. I would say yeah. And also, again, this is also assuming the account has both, because Kuro is a welfare. So I would always pick Kuro over him. Just always. And again, I'm trying to be more savage this year. If you have the options, I think there are better options out there. So that's also putting him down a bit. Alright. Next up, honestly, used to be one of the worst archers in the game, but they kind of salvaged her a little bit, actually. Not complete trash anymore. We got Summer Helena. And I think this buff didn't also exist in last year's list, because I'm pretty sure she was like at the bottom or something. Anyway, AoE Arts Farmer. I wouldn't use her as a DPS. I would definitely only use her for farming. But she's actually a legit farmer nowadays. So 9.4k attack is good. Don't mind that. Double arts, double quick. The gains deck makes sense, I guess. Skills, we got a better version of the Helena skill, I guess. AoE 20% battery with 5 stars per turn for 5 turns. Cooldown, rip bozo, but for farming, I guess it's fine. Her DPS, it gets horrible. Second skill is mostly garbage, because flat damage up, and the funny thing is, it's flat damage, but it's not even 5 turns. It's 5 attacks, 5 turns. This makes me want to think that they didn't even know how their own game works. Did they think it was like, oh, it can't be turn-based, it has to be hit-based, it's so good? Like, what? No, it's not. It sucks, dude. It's literally flat damage. Even at that point, Summer 2, bosses had 100, 200k HP. You think 2k hits are gonna make a huge difference? Wow, oh no. Yeah, okay. Doesn't even work for the MP, I'm pretty sure. But at least it has a guaranteed single target drain. I like that. That's at least usable if you're gonna use her DPSing. For farming, this is like, no one cares. Third skill, her mana burst. So it's a 5-turn cooldown, 40% arts up per turn, and then also a one-time 5-turn debuff immune. Is basically a mana burst. Not much to say about it. Makes her turn 3 damage a little bit better on farming. Should be a 3-turn buff. They should buff this too. Make this 3-turn. But I guess it would be kind of OP at 40%. So I guess she's doomed. Rip. Alright. Maybe make it 3 times. Yeah, do that. Do that. Make it 3 times. Then we're talking. Anyway, magic receipt. Same with this. She doesn't even honestly have too much crit potential. Besides being an archer. Bonus, append, irrelevant. Now, here is the reason why she's no longer complete garbage. First of all, the MP has been buffed, so it now does way more damage. Good. And the old effects for the OC are 10% debuffers down for 3 turns on AoE after damage, and 10% defense down on AoE for 3 turns on AoE, so that's kind of bad. But now it also comes with a bit more refund by a flat 10%, battery for the whole team, including herself. This was very needed. She was unusable before this happened. So I'm glad they did this. I wish they'd give him like one more buff. But man, now she's at least viable for farming. Because if you look at the numbers, she actually can do Black Grail farming. Now if you pay attention, her numbers are very close to someone like Jarcher and Zenobia, right? Which is kind of crazy. So who would have guessed that, when you get the MP buff, it actually helps a lot. So having said that, she is actually much more legit now. She used to be trash, and now she's like, very legit. Now, she's still limited, of course, so getting MP copies are not the easiest, but honestly, that's MP1 numbers right there, and that's just a double support setup, because she can run Black Grail. I would say she's like A tier, right? You think the Black Grail farm is very tight and specific? Oh, is it depending on refund? Like really tight on refund? Okay, maybe if it's super tight on refund, I'm gonna do B+. If it's super tight. You didn't leave any comments here, so I wasn't sure. I probably should have double checked on you. But yeah. If it's like really tight. I assume Zenobia and Jarcher loop way easier at least. But hey, that's at least a huge boost. That's probably the biggest leap in the entire list. Because last year, she was on D tier. She literally jumped like, let's see, 1, 2, 2.5 tiers. There you go. Stonks for Helena. Alright, back to permanent. So we got Tomoe next. No, I meant for this list, Jord. Not for like all the lists. I meant for archers. Does MP1 start? No, yeah, we're in the criteria. We're assuming MP1, of course, but I will give bonus points for accessibility, of course, and maybe even remove some points because of that, depending on the rarity. But it's not a huge focus. I just always want to mention it though, because it's very relevant. I think it's very relevant. Alright, Tomoe, 9.9k attack, single target buster DPS, good attack. Is that the highest so far? I think it is. I think that's the highest attack we've seen so far. Double buster, double arts. Yeah, I think it's legit. I like the deck. Her version of Charisma also comes with self-MP damage, 28% for 3 turns. I like it. Otherwise, the skill would be kind of trash, but with that, I think it's actually not bad at all. I actually do think it's alright. So that's good. Good uptime. Second skill, self-absorb, 600% and 50% star generation rate for 3 turns each, 6-turn cooldown. Now, I think they should buff this and add crit damage. If they did that, I think Tomoe would be so freaking good, dude. They should buff this and add crit damage. Please. 50% crit damage, that's all I need. Just give me 50% crit damage on this skill as well. That would be so good. Because she has really good absorb, but she doesn't have any crit damage besides the passive, right? Anyway, not a bad skill though. It's still okay for like, consistent crits. Third skill, self guts 1 time 5 turns, 2k HP, 7-turn cooldown. I would say standard for those numbers. I like them, I usually prefer the higher, duration gutses because you can plan a bit better. Especially if the secondary effects are not something you want on lower cooldowns. And I think max HP plus fits this perfectly. So 3k max HP for 5 turns. I think it's a good defensive skill. It's one of the better gutses, honestly, out there. It's not like broken like some of the other ones, but it's good. So overall, her kit is basic, but it's good. It makes sense. Magic Resist B is okay. Independent Action A is very solid, considering, again, she has this. This is like all she gets for crit damage. She does have 2% Buster up. Sadly, it's the lowest rank of Madness enhancement, but it's something, I guess. Third append is Berserker, you love to see it. And then the MP has been buffed, very cool. So it does burns for 5 turns and then also a burn amp for 5 turns. In most cases, it's completely irrelevant. However, it makes it a bit easier to run something like Honey Lake on her, I suppose. But I would say dots are still mostly a meme outside of that. BO was E minus. Wait, has what? E minus what? Oh, you mean madness enhancement. Yeah, you're right, actually. Anyway, I like the other normal effect though, which is 20% crit chance down for 5 turns. Not 3 turns, 5 turns. Her MP is not as spammable as Kuro, for instance, but man, that is a great, great long debuff. And even on MP1, after the buff, her MP actually does fairly legit damage, and she's also not really tied to any niches either. So she can be used like anywhere, which is cool. Like, Tomoe is basic, but she makes a lot of sense, right? What did I have her last year? I had her an A+. I might do the same thing, honestly. I might do the same thing again. I do wish she had crit damage in her kit, though, besides the passive. Yeah, maybe I think I kind of like Tristan and Kuro a bit more, honestly. Kuro is a free MP5, she's nuts with MP spam. Tristan, after the buff, is so good. His MP also hits really freaking hard and has great utility. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make Tomoe A, honestly. Hey, good music. If you're watching this on YouTube, ignore that. Sadly, you can't hear that. There you go. Again, maybe some shuffling later. Right, next up a welfare once again is gonna be Santa Altera. Yes, indeed, she's back. Back-to-back lists. So single target, quick DPS with a bit of utility as well. I'm just gonna be real, I would not bring her just for her supporting stuff, but it's nice to have, I guess. I would only bring her for support, like DPSing. 9.7k attack is high, good. Double quick, double arts. Again, nowadays, maybe double buster would have been favorable over double arts, but, you know. At least there's double quick, that's very important. So yeah, here's a bit of supporting. It's a targeted battery on the first skill, 20%, and then also 30% star generation for 3 turns. On a 5-turn cooldown, it's okay. It's just okay, I would say. It's not like screams amazing to me or anything like that. I wish the other effect was something else besides star generation, but it's okay. At least it makes her generate a lot of stars with her MP, I guess. Second skill also targeted. 30% MP damage for 1 turn and 30% crit damage for 1 turn. Now that on a 5-turn cooldown I think is kind of weak. I like that it's targeted, of course, for more utility, but if that cost with the numbers, they should have just made this self-only with higher numbers. The downtime is big and the effects are fairly minor. Yeah, this should be 50%. Maybe make it 50% and self-only. That would be better, I think. Third skill, now this is self-only, so you get Ignore Invul for 3 turns. And a very good uptime, actually, because it's a 5-turn cooldown. Then you get Absorb 600% for 3 turns, and then 30% defense for 3 turns. So, if this was the skill, this would be a great skill, honestly. Like, that's great. That's a really good trio. Good stuff, good uptime. But then there's the demerit that after 3 turns, you stun yourself for 1 turn. Now, there are luckily ways to combat this. It's even easier to combat than Summer Tomoe, because her thing is treated as a demerit, a debuff to begin with. So you have 3 turns to deal with it. So it's not as bad as it might seem. But if you don't deal with it, it's a problem. But considering you have a lot of time to deal with it, it's actually, I think the skill is still great. Honestly, it's a great skill. Overall, I think her skill set is a bit underwhelming. Magic Resist should be higher. Writing EX is amazing. That's an amazing passive for her. She has a unique crit passive. I guess you might as well be embedded, but X should. But yeah, 10% crit damage. Nice to see. And then Divinity B, probably just, a demerit. Foreigner damage. If you are really lacking on alter egos, you could have her as an option, I guess. But maybe not a great one. The MP, you can tell it's a welfare MP. So there's no normal effect besides damage, and the OC is a 20 bomb of stars, and that's it. Obviously, she's a free MP5, so at least the MP hits pretty hard. But, yeah, it's not the greatest for effects, huh? I feel like my opinion of Santa Altera has come down a little bit, honestly. Last year I had her on what? I had her on... I apparently had her on A, which I think is a bit too high. It's nice that she's free and all, but... I don't know... I feel like A is too high. B plus is maybe fair. I don't want to bump her too much down. She's still alright, for sure. Definitely usable. You take EMIYA Alter over her? I'm not sure if I would, honestly. Either they're the same, or I'm going to place Altera higher. I think the free MP5 is... Like, if you have a good EMIYA Alter, then I would probably pick him. But if it's an MP1 versus MP5, I'd probably pick Santa Altera. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it like this. All right. Next up, we have another interesting unit. I may have praised her a little bit too much last year. I still think she's really good, but yeah, here we go. We got Fujino, single target buster DPS, and so far she's crushing the attack stat, 10.2k. Well, basically 10.3. So that's really high for a 4-star. Good. Double buster, double art stick is perfect for her purpose. It's like spot on. Good stuff. Did the skills. And now I really love the first skill. It's so good. It's 35% buster up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. Ignores defense for 3 turns and 30% MP generation for 3 turns on self. This is still to this day a very strong skill. I very much like this skill. It is good. Good utility, good offensive stats, good uptime. Nice. Second skill, 3 turns of ignore evasion. Okay utility, I guess. Invul Pierce would have been better. And then a 15-star bomb. So this is a bit more underwhelming than the first skill. It's not garbage, but it's a bit, less exciting, I suppose. Third skill is very fun, very fun. So you have a demerit of 2000 HP, max HP down for 3 turns. Now, it is a good chunk of her HP, yes, but it's not like, you can maybe heal later as well. But then the upsides are pretty cool. You get a 1-time 3-turn guts on a 5-turn cooldown, so that's a good uptime for a guts. And then a 2k damage cut, not for 3 hits, not for 3 hits, 3 turns, but for 3 turns flat. Now, 2k damage cut is starting to be a number where it's actually really significant. Like, even at this point, if you get crit, especially if it's class advantage, it's not surprising to still see zeros on damage taken when fighting sabers. It's not surprising. They would have to have some more buffs besides a normal kit to even go through this damage cut. So, yeah, this is reason why she actually has very solid solo potential, I would say. This skill right here. Yeah, the dog is going ape. I'm sorry about that. I think my brother got home or something. So yeah, great defensive skill. Well worth the demerit. Overall, I think her skills are well above the average. Magic Resist D, I wish it was a bit higher. Independent Action A+, very solid. And she actually has Territory Accretion B, so for 8% more arts on that double 3-hitter arts is actually very nice to have. So I like the passives. Assassin bonus, whatever. Now the MP used to be, like, it's okay effects-wise, but it used to deal like 0 damage. Then they buffed it, luckily. Oh yes, this was the biggest problem of her, so I'm glad they did something with it. So the MP afflicts a one-time 3-turn buff block on the normal effect, which I love. Buff block, very good. Then it does a 10% attack down for 3 turns on base OC. It could be higher, considering it's not the most spammable MP out there. Although for solo you can have better uptime, but yeah, it's still okay. And then the buff, besides adding more damage, also adds a new overcharge effect, which is the super large damage mod. So remember earlier when I said, you know, giant and super giant are different? Well, there it is. I guess you have David and her for, you know, different purposes. So I would say even if you're not fighting super large enemies, with good setups, you could actually still make her MP do fairly decent damage with this buff. Now, obviously, if you are fighting super large enemies, then woof! Deletion is real, needless to say. So yeah, I still think Fujino is like really good, but I might bump her down from EX to A+, honestly. I think EX might be a bit too much, even if I think she's really good. It's so tough. I almost just want to slide her back in there, though. Damn, dude. So close, man. I might have to think about it a little bit more and just move on for now. Fuck it, dude. Fuck it. I think, yeah, I do agree with Carol, like, to the extent that her biggest problem was that her MP was kind of weak. But after the buff, that was the biggest problem basically solved, though. So I don't really think she has, like, other issues, really. I really like what she does otherwise. So among 4 stars, I would still say it's probably fair. It's probably fair. Again, even if some 5 stars will get there later, doesn't mean, again, you should be directly comparing them, okay? I always want to mention that. Usually just compare down, unless that you can compare upwards in a very reasonable amount. Normally, I would say among 4-star Archer DPSs, she's just like, yeah, toppity tippers. So, there you go. Alright. Chiron time. Another unit that I really like, actually. This man is awesome. So, single target arts DPS or support. Crit support, rainbow support. He kind of does it all. 9.2k attack on base, level 80. Could be better. But honestly, because he's used a lot as a support, I don't really mind. Double arts, double quick deck, I think makes sense, because you want his MP to be up a lot of the times. It's actually a really good MP after the buff. Mind's Eye True, I think makes sense for someone who's a bit more support leaning towards. I like that he has the defense up instead of the crit damage one. Second skill, party crit damage, 50% for 3 turns. That's a good chunk. And then a 15 star bomb. And the demerit is like, yeah, it's literally 1 turn of Black Grail. It doesn't matter. So on a 5-turn cooldown, I really like this skill. Good stuff. He can also himself benefit from it, which I like. And then the third skill is a targeted rainbow buff, 30% each for 3 turns. 6-turn cooldown. Pretty good. You don't get a lot of targeted rainbow buffs in this game. Not that I'm saying it's like the most amazing effect to have, but you know, it's just gonna improve the servant like in every way for 3 turns. So I still to this day like his kit. And I love his MP because they buffed it. Magic Gris B, good. Independent Action A, good. Divinity C, yikes. Rider, bonus. It can be relevant if you're bringing him just for supporting. You can do that. And then the MP used to be like, eh. It still wasn't bad because it still had like this, like removing defense buffs before damage. But man, this is such a fat MP now. Oh my. So first of all, again, remove enemies' defensive buffs before damage. Very cool. It also now deals considerable damage with the upgrade, and they also added an earth damage mod for the base effect, 150% flat. So, honestly, if you're fighting earth, he's a seriously hard-hitting DPS. This MP hits so freaking hard against earth. In fact, even in the looping sheet, like, you can see he's definitely up here when you're fighting earth. Kinda nuts. And then I really like the OC as well, which is, again, another 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. And his MP, if you're actually using him as a DPS, and even if you're not, he can still have an okay uptime on it, so, yeah. I think this MP is now a really amazing MP nowadays. Damn, dude. I did seemingly move him to EX at the end of the list last year. I might still do it, honestly. God, I really like Chiron, dude. He can be brought so easily. Like, even if you don't need him for support, or like DPS, he has support options too. Man. And he's permanent, so he's very accessible too. God damn, dude. The MP buff was really good. I love the MP buff. God damn, this man is awesome. I will always approve of Chiron. In fact, I recently maxed him on my NA account as well, I'm pretty sure. Easy. Okay. Next up, a fairly popular one too. We got Hot Wheels. Single target the Buster DPS with a bit of quick focus too, which is, honestly is very great with Saber-Skadi in mind. 10.2k attacks, so it's very close to Fujino, a very high number for a 4-star. Good. I love the deck, the double Buster, double quick with Saber-Skadi. It is perfect, perfect synergy. Good hit counts, obviously, because he's a bit more modern. Now, first skill, self-invul for 1 turn, 6-turn cooldown, so standard, and then his version comes with a 30% battery. Can be a bit awkward sometimes, right? Because you might want to save it for, like, protecting yourself and not just for the battery. It really depends on the situation, so it can be a bit more awkward. But it's an okay standard survival skill. Second skill, it's a 30% Buster up for 3 turns on itself, and then for 3 attacks, 5 turns, when you attack with Buster cards, you also do up to 20% defense down. So you can get, if you do 3 Busters in the span of these 5 turns, you get minus 60% defense down. Which is actually fairly considerable. That's a lot of defense down from just face carding. It's like Hokusai. A little bit weaker, but still. Basically, very close. So on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a good DPS skill. And then the third skill is the quick focus, so 30% quick up for self. And then for the same effect, 3 attacks, 5 turns when attack with quick, you get the 30% crit damage on self. Now, I believe this is after damage, right? I assume it should probably mention if it's before damage. So it's a bit awkward as well. Would be nice if it was before damage, but you know, still a fairly okay offensive skill. So while there's not that many effects on his kit, I still like all the effects, you know? Even if this is a bit awkward to use, I wish this was before damage, and yeah. Good numbers as well helps. Dude, the passives, oh my god. Magic Rese is nice, Independent Action EX, yes, and then his broken ass passive, which is 5% Buster up, 10% Buster crit damage, and mental debuff immunity. Like, just, how good is that passive? How much for one passive, bro? Like, one of those effects would already be very nice to have, but he has 3 of them. Divinity A+ is the only one I obviously hate, but yeah, man, those are some insane passives for a 4-star as well. Yeah, I guess this can be stacked, huh? So yeah, because the cooldown, you can actually stack both of these with Koyan Light. That's actually worth mentioning. That because these can it would mention if it can be stacked. Ooh, fun times ahead. Archibaldus, I would not bring him on neutral, honestly. Alright, MP. Now, sadly, unlike Chiron, he removes defensive buffs after damage. So, is that awkward situation again. But it's still good utility. But you're probably not going to MP on a turn when they have like Invul anyway. Unless you have like the biggest buffs for your face card. Then you can just chuck the MP just to remove that. But yeah, it's Now, for the OC, he has the damage mod based on missing HP. One of these again. So obvious, in my opinion, on base, his MP, it hasn't been buffed. So on base, it actually doesn't do that much damage. If anything, you should go with like Koyan and stack like crits or whatever. But, you know, it's not a bad MP by any means. I kind of wish he had a Guts as well somewhere to make it easier to go low HP as well. To get like fat MP nukes. I think they could buff him, as someone might say that's crazy, but I think he could be buffed, honestly. Is he still good? Yeah, for sure. Especially with like some Koyan setups, for sure. I can't see him as EX myself, honestly. I would agree with at least an A, but now the question is, which one of the A's do I want to do? I think he could use one more buff. Well, he doesn't have any buffs to begin with, but I'm saying just one buff would probably be enough to make him like really nuts. He's close, he's so close. Most people seem to say flat A. Yeah, honestly, I kind of like him and Tomoe being interchangeable, because it really is what it is, right? They're so similar. They both offer some better, you know, stuff in sub directions, but they're similar. They're very similar. So you know what? They should be on the same tier. Okay. Oh, Summer stuff again. We got Asagami next. Who does anyone use Asagami? I actually, it's funny because I'm literally using her NA right now. In the Shimosa node that I farm, I'm using Asagami, but it's a 3 MP setup, so it doesn't really, only because she has like an AoE attack buff. So yeah, okay. This might be a bit brutal. Alright, so AoE, Buster, Archer, DPS, and a bit of support as well. She's a weird mixed bag, honestly. They still haven't made like a really good version of Hime. She's kind of awkward in everything. Anyway, 8.8k attack is a bit on the lower side, sadly. You can definitely feel that with the MP, it doesn't do much damage. Full arts deck. I don't like it, dude. She not only does she have crit potential, which you would prefer Buster and Quick, her MP is also Buster. God damn it, dude. The lore deck, dude. The lore deck is so real. I hate the deck, honestly. In hers, it feels even worse than EMIYA, honestly. At least he could have an Arts MP for one turn. Alright. First skill, crit damage for self 50% for 3 attacks, 3 turns, not even 3 turns. And then self-evasion, 1 attack, 1 turn. It's again, why is... Can you not like... Okay, first, they need to make the crit damage 3 turns, no limit, and then the evasion needs to be 1 turn. Or 1 attack, no turn limit. With, like, the combination of these two on a 5-turn cooldown, this is not a great skill. It's just not that good. They need to fix this. It could be way better and usable. Alright, second skill. This is the fun one. So it's a taunt for an enemy for 3 turns. So whoever you're targeting will get a taunt for 3 turns. So you have to like plan ahead accordingly. This can actually fuck you sometimes if you're not prepared for it. And then you get an AoE attack up, so it's a charisma for 20% attack, and then also party sure hit for 3 turns. Now, if you get value from the sure hit, I like this skill. If you don't, it's just a stinky charisma. That's it. Like, how boring. How weak. Anyway. Then the third skill, her red and blue up 30% for 3 turns. This is a 5-turn cooldown. Well, at least this is good. I like the numbers here. This is at least good. The one thing I like about the skills. This one. It's basic, but it works. Yeah, it's better than the Okizan one, yeah. You can tell. Alright, passives. Magic Resist B is okay. Independent Action A, I like. Divinity C is poo-poo. And then her unique passive is 8% arts up with 200%... Or not 200%, oh, Jesus Christ. 200 damage cut. Oh my god. The damage cards are very minuscule, but I actually, considering she does have a triple arts deck, that yeah, sure, dude, it actually does something. I still think a different deck would have been better, even if this passive exists. Assassin bonus, nah, dude, for the append, and then the MP. Oh no, there's no normal effect besides damage, and then it's party buster up after damage for 3 turns, and then crit damage 30% for 3 turns. The crit damage is obviously fine because the MP can't crit, but come on, at least make the buster beat before the MP does so bad damage, dude. It's so weak. It's so weak. I've used it. It doesn't do good damage. And why is she AoE? Why? Why? There's so many things awkward and wrong with Summer Hime. Ah, dude. I don't like Summer Hime, gameplay-wise. She's hot as hell, though. Nice feat, but... Man, gameplay-wise... Foxy Lady tier, yeah. She's probably better than Nobu, although Nobu is a free MP5, and she's limited. Are they the same tier? It's one of these two, I think. They might be the same, because Nobu is a free MP5. Maybe because of that I can slide her down, even though she still has better stuff. Not a whole lot better, but yeah, because the MP is like that. I wouldn't really pick her at all. Not too. Okay. Sad. Anyway, not too many 4 stars to go, I guess. Next up is Jane. Stupid, sexy Jane. Yeah, it's a very specific farming comp, and I could easily substitute her out, though. Someone else could do the job as well there. I just want to mix things up. Anyway, single target quick DPS / support. She's an interesting case, I suppose. So 8.9k attack, I wish was a bit higher, but oh well. If you're using her as a support, I guess it's fine then. But for DPS, it could be higher. Double quick, double arts, you know, for the MP spam, I guess makes sense, considering they probably can't give her a triple quick deck easily. Skills, we got the... Why is it... Am I going crazy? Why is it like this? This looks weird. Anyway, her version of Sabotage, I actually like more than Robin's, even though Robin needs his version. But yeah, AoE drop attack, 10% 3 turns, and then minus 19% crit chance. Not 20, but 19% crit chance for 3 turns. I still like this skill. On a 5-turn cooldown, it's good, you know, messing with the enemy, reduces their damage potential. I like it. Second skill is an AoE drain. Well, not drain, but a tick down, because she doesn't really get anything from it. The battery always happens. But yeah, I like that. AoE drain is very nice. Self-attack up 20% of 3 turns, and then the other guys also get 20% attack for 3 turns. But that's sort of chance-based. I hate that. Just make it a 20% AoE. Guaranteed. Why the fuck would you do this, dude? It's so stupid. I guess they wanted maybe her own kit to have something to do with buff success rate up, because it's here too, right? Yeah, it's on the base effect, but man, like, it's stupid game design, dude. Why, like, there's no reason to introduce a demerit if you're gonna have a thing in her kit that kind of tries to solve the demerit from the get-go. Just remove it from the get-go, you know? Why do you feel the need to put the problem there? Like, I don't understand that game design philosophy. Oh my god. If this was Genshin, they at least do it with constellations, so you need to roll more copies of the character. But here MP1 gets both anyway. So it makes even less sense, you know? It's not even making money. It's just crippling for no reason. Anyway, 10% battery at least always lands, which is cool. So if you do land the attack up on your allies, I think this is still a good skill, but I hate the fact that it's RNG. Just make it a charisma, dude. Please. Please. And then the fun third skill. So on base, it is literally just a targeted buff success rate up for 3 turns, up to 40%, which can help with the second skill. Now, if you have 10 or more stars, you also give the target 40% crit damage for 3 turns. If you have 20 or more, they get, 1500% absorb for 3 turns, which is actually a lot, by the way. 30 stars, you get 1 turn evasion. 40 stars, Invul Pierce for 3 turns, and 50 stars, you get 20% battery. Okay. So obviously on a 5-turn cooldown, if you do have the max value, it's kind of nuts. It's a lot of shit. For a crit DPS, that's an instant boner. But you can't most likely do this turn 1. Unless you're willing to bring like double Star Bomb Cs with someone else also having a Star Bomb. It's a lot. So it's not the best for like a fast start. So it's maybe for setups also kind of awkward. And I kind of agree with Oscar that you probably won't bring her unless your team specifically is built around for her to be able to use the skill properly, be it for herself or for someone else. You probably won't bring her otherwise, and that definitely makes it harder to bring her, right? For sure. Anyway, Magic Risk C is okay, Riding A, I love it. Presence Concealment A. Honestly, for her, it's actually decent. She has about a quick focus, decent numbers for hit counts. And then Independent Action A+, a lot of crit damage. So you know what, passives-wise, she's actually, again, definitely on the good side of 4 stars. That's a lot of good stuff. Okay. Foreigner bonus, again, if you're lacking on alter egos or you want to use her as a support everywhere, go for it. I kind of wish the MP was just flat out, you know, a support one, but oh well, it's a damaging one. Sure hit for 1 turn before damage, I've never seen that before. It's still nice to have, jokes aside. And then the OC is 10% defense down for 2 turns, not 3 or 1, 2 turns before damage, and quick rest down 10% 2 turns before damage. At least both of those are before damage. Thank God. That makes this MP actually fairly good. If those were after damage, I would say like, But now it's actually, I'll thumbs up this MP. I like it. It's not the highest base values, but both being before damage still definitely adds up. And yeah, if you're going to use her as the main DPS, this ignore evasion is kind of weird because you're probably going to have, you know, sure hit here a lot of the time, or the invul pierce from this skill a lot of the times anyway, which does the same job but more. So, I think the sure hit is obviously a lore thing, if anything. Jane is an awkward case. She can be a decent DPS, right? And a decent support, but I don't think she's great in either, right? Doesn't help that she's also limited. Feels weird, man. I think there's probably sub setups out there that I haven't seen that I actually utilize her well, but I want to say B tier, honestly. Is that too harsh? I don't know. Last year I had her on A, but I don't know. Maybe that was a bit too high. She's the only target invul pierce. Well, Sherlock has it on full AoE, so not really. If she was the only one, I could maybe do B+. Lower than Helena? Yeah, did you miss the Bebo, dude? Helena farms nice nowadays. Yeah. She's a solid AoE farmer. She got a huge jump in boost. She's not worse than Helena? Well, in my opinion, she is, because I would use Helena way more than Jane. So in that sense, I think it's completely fair. Helena actually is close to having Jarcher numbers on arts farming. Like, is that not crazy to you? Is that not crazy to you? To me, it is. And that matters. That's actually legit. Jane, I feel like I hardly ever pick her, you know? So I think it's fair. Alright. Who's next? Santa Nightingale, another welfare. Okay. Is Jax holding a gunpoint right now? No, because Kuro would be EX. Or rather, wait, she already was, right? No, she wasn't. Yeah, she would be EX if Jax was doing that. Anyway. Nightingale said AoE, a quick... she doesn't really farm well, does she? She's mostly a DPS or a support for setups. I think, honestly, I think she's mostly picked as esports for like setups, right? I think that's where most people pick her, myself included. She has a lot of use cases in that sense, even if she's not like amazing in necessarily anything. But I like the second skill for like setups. It's so nice because not a whole lot of servants do that. What she does. Anyway, 9.8k attack is actually still very high. So, you know, if you want to DPS with her, that's a good start. Double quick, double arts deck. You know, double buster would have been better over double arts, but, you know, it's okay, I guess. Now the skills. So you get a AoE, remove one latest buff from enemy. It's not a full strip, but it's still AoE, and you know it can be useful even on setups sometimes. Same with the other side, so it removes one of the latest debuffs on the party, which also can be used on setups depending on the you know, fight. And then a 3k heal. Most of the time, if you're doing this shit turn 1, that's irrelevant, but you know, you never know. I think it, like, outside of setups, if you're just doing DPSing on boss, I think it's a fairly good value skill. Even if you don't land one of these two, if you land one of these and then get use out of this 3k heal, on a 5-turn cooldown, I think it's alright, actually. I think it's fine. Now, this is where the fun begins. So it's a targeted guts for 1 time 3 turns, which I like. There's not too many of those still. And then the other really nice reason is 100% buff removal resistance for the target. Not just 1 turn, it's 3 turns. That's kind of cool and nice. Okay. And then also give them 30% MP damage for 3 turns. Like, this is such a good setup skill. So good. I really like this. Even outside of setups for bosses, it's still solid. Oh, yes. It might be the best targeted buff removal resistance skill in the game, actually. I think it is. Unless I'm forgetting something. It's the best. Nice. And then the third skill is cool as well. So it's charisma with crit damage. So, you know. It does come with a +1 cooldown, but I think it's fair. I still prefer this over charismas, regardless. So good amount of attack up and crit damage for the team as well. Boom. So overall, I like her skills, actually. Magic Risk C, it's okay. Independent Action A+, pretty solid. And then mad as it has with EX. So yeah, really makes me... I wish she had that double buster even more now. Avenger bonus. If you're lacking on Moon Cancers, I guess. Or you're bringing her for setups. Although for setups, she's not going to DPS anyway. Alright, MP time. So it removes offensive buffs from enemy, which, you know, can be okay. Maybe makes it so that you don't die to crits or whatever. And then also removes their dots. So you can't really... If you need dots on the enemy, like, you know, Honey Lake or something, this is kind of annoying, I guess. And then AoE drop defense 10% to 3 turns, but after damage. Also, she can loop, right? Yeah. So, she's not really a farmer. If anything, it would be cooler if she had a single target MP, actually. Yeah, I like the skills the most about her. Where would I place Nightingale? This is a tough one. Where did I place her last year? I placed her in A, okay. I might still be saying that, honestly. Like, she's still very good for setups, but I feel like for most setups, she's not going to be needed or going to be, like, amazing. It's kind of niche, but when it's working really well. Like, Demeter, goodbye. For instance. It's invaluable for every comp. I feel like you put a little bit too much emphasis on buff removal resistance than I do, Jordan. It's not that common, let's be real. Your buffs, in most big boss fights, there's no buff removal at all. Sure, it does happen here and there. Yes, absolutely. But I feel like you put a bit too much high value on it. Oh, you meant it's invaluable for every account. Like, you mean just having her is like that? Yeah, I guess she's a good, like, someone who's filling the bench, basically. She's good at filling the bench. When her time comes, she's gonna be reliable and do what she needs, but a lot of the time she's gonna sit on the bench, right? So I guess in that sense, I can maybe do the A+, because she's also free, so she's just a nice tool to have, I suppose. So this is one of the rare cases where even though the unit might not see the most use, it doesn't really matter, because she's still always going to be an option for people that play during the events. And when she works, she works. So maybe that's an argument to be made. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Right, 4 more 4 stars. Next up is EMIYA Summer. Okay. So, AoE quick, honestly, I would say farmer more than DPS. But honestly, her farming numbers don't look all that amazing either. But honestly, she still has 10k attack, so, you know, that's kind of nice. Not bad. Double quick, double arts deck. I think she had a bit of crit potential, right? So maybe double buster would have been better, but okay. Not a big deal. First skill, 20% quick up for self for 3 turns, 500% quick absorb for 1 turn, and then 100% crit damage for 1 turn. I do like this for actually kind of DPSing though. At least the quick has a good uptime, and then, you know, you can maybe get a bit of value from that. Although, you probably want to use this turn 1, so you would need to provide a star bomb as well. Does she have one? I forgot. She does not. Okay. So that makes it a bit more awkward as well. But it's not a bad skill. Second skill, self-invul, 1 attack, 3 turns, and then AoE MP gain up 30% for 3 turns, and then child servant charisma, 20% for 3 turns, which should include herself. Yeah, it does. 6 turn cooldown, I think it's alright. I actually think it's pretty good. I like the AoE MP gain. The invul is a bit flexible with the 1 attack, 3 turns, and then, you know, at least she's always going to get the attack buff, so actually not a bad skill. Third skill, a 30% self-battery, and another crit damage for self 50%, but this time for 3 turns, and then a 70% chance to get 500 healing per turn for 5 turns. Okay. Honestly, if you missed that, no one's gonna cry about it. It's so minor. It is very minor. No pun intended. Such a weird thing though. The reason they put this in, obviously, because they already had buffed Kuro before this to include Ilya buff success rate up, because they did it with Sitonai as well. They had, so every Ilya is doomed to have at least 1 RNG skill, and I fucking hate it, dude. At least this one isn't as annoying as Caster. But okay, it's just stupid. I don't like balancing around lores, you know? On Sitonai, it's the worst. It's by far the worst. If you miss at least even one of those 2 effects, you just want to, like, throw your phone or something. I see what you did there, Snow. That's pretty funny. Honestly, on a 5-turn cooldown still, I think it's a good skill. That's a lot of crit damage, a decent battery. So even if you whiff the heal, it's still good. So, yeah. I think overall, actually, her skills are way better than, you know, Caster Ilya's at least. So that's cool. More modern. Magic Grisea I like. Independent Action B is nice. And then she has the Ilya passive of getting 3% gauge per turn, which is a nice bonus, I guess. Cool. Archer bonus, miss me. MP once again ignores evasion before damage for 1 turn. And then gets a rainbow buff on base 10% for 1 turn before damage. It actually scales okay. It scales up to 50. It's an alright MP. It's okay. It makes your Brave Chains a bit better because it's a rainbow, I guess, but yeah. Okay. No, that's not how it works, Jax. MP5 doesn't mean you get 50%. This is overcharged. You get this number. This is still the number you're gonna get most of the time, 10%. Dude, if this scaled with MP, oh my god, dude, MP5 Summer Ilya would be so legit. A fucking 50% rainbow buff for 1 turn every time you MP. Oh my god. That would be so legit. What will I do after the first tier list? I'm gonna close my stream and hope my throat isn't bleeding. Anyway, her numbers on looping. They're very similar to Nianta, huh? Very similar. I do think she has a bit more potential for DPSing at least. I would not bring Nianta for DPSing at all though. Definitely not. For Ilya, I could maybe see it. She does have crit potential. But is it like amazing? Maybe not. She's like okay for both DPSing and farming, right? So if Nianta is B, I would probably put Ilya in B+. Probably. I think Plushy is still busy with his stuff, yeah. He said he was maybe gonna be able to make it, so, you know, maybe not. I think B+ is fairly good. I like the skills. The MP is okay. Her looping numbers are not amazing, but, you know, crit DPS seems, you know, fairly potential. I think she's fine. She's not Summer Hime, I'll tell you that much. Alright, next up is Sith, okay. Now this is where some people might be molding. Okay. So we got single target quick DPS with sub utility for the team as well. Very similar to Tristan, who would have guessed. So, a 9.4k attack. I guess Tristan is going to be the main comparison as well. So it's not as good as him. It's around similar numbers, actually. And then double arts, double quick deck, you know, same deck as well. Probably fine as well. Skills will be very similar too, surprising. So she does have a higher quick up for self. It's a 40% for 3 turns versus 30. And then this one also gets her a 1 turn invul. And then party 1 hit evasion. So again, like Harp of Healing. And then does a Black Grail effect on the whole party. Not the good effect, sadly, but the demerit. It's not a big demerit though. It's negligible. So on a 6-turn cooldown, I would still say this is a good skill. I like it. It's a very good skill. I think I prefer Tristan's Harp after the buff to this, even if this has a higher quick num. I just like the other stuff you get as well, but this is still a great skill for sure. I like it. Next up, we have AoE, MP, and Skill Seal for 1 turn, which again is a bit awkward when you think about it, right? Because she's single target. But I guess, you know, they probably wouldn't, if it was single target, they wouldn't be like, oh, a Skill Seal for 2 turns. I don't think they would do that. So I guess it's the same whether it was single target or AoE in that sense. So it's not a big loss of, like, efficiency. And then a self-battery for 30%. There it is. So for a 6-turn cooldown, I think it's okay. It's not as good as the first skill, but it's okay. I like NPCL. It's a good debuff. Then we have an HP Absorb. So for the enemy side, it's minus 3,000 HP, so it's nothing. But for you, it's a plus 3k healing, so at least the heal side is good. Damage-wise, it's terrible, but, you know, it's still a good heal. It's mostly a lore thing, so I understand why it is like that. Now, let's see, what else do we got? Guaranteed Drain, I like, very good. Scales up to 100%, very nice. And then also another 30% battery for self. So she has up to 60% on her batteries, which is cool, I guess. Now, I have to say, I'm still of the opinion, I'm still saying the same thing as last year. I think overall, I prefer Tristan's skills. Overall. And I also prefer his MP, because it's buffed. But there's a lot of good stuff going here as well, not gonna lie. Lot of stuff to like. Magic Resistance EX is very nice. Writing A is also very nice. So is this. So passives-wise, she is owning it. If anything, here she beats Tristan. These are some very nice passives. Alter Ego bonus, actually legit. Because, you know, the best counter for Alter Ego is Pretender, and there's not even that many out today in this day and age. So I feel like night classes are always legit, because they at least take less damage from them. Very legit. The MP ignores evasion for 1 turn before damage. And then I feel like the MP is also worse effects-wise. Like Tristan also has ignore defense and a crit chance down. Or like a debuffer is down. But this one is just curse and curse amplifier. And there's not even a CE for curse like damage, right? Like Honey Lake. Yeah, I feel like they need to buff her MP, yeah. If they buff her MP, she's going to be really damn good. This MP is just kind of like whatever. It's not that great, honestly. It needs to match Tristan's damage, and it needs to have a cool effect on it as well, besides like sure hit. So I still think she's good, but I do think Tristan is better. I think this is the way I did last year as well. I will rate Tristan higher than Sith, personally. But you know what? Can't really go wrong with Sith as well. She has good numbers, good modern skills, a lot of stuff to like. A full tier lower? Bro, it's not a full tier lower. It's literally a plus between them. It's a half of a tier, bro. Alright, 2 more to go before 5 stars. The summer waifu. The memes. Okay. So, Summer Anastasia. Archer. Single target arts DPS. Okay, let's do this. I definitely have a good amount of experience with her, I suppose. FA? Okay, I got you. It's nice, honestly. Alright, 9.5k attack. Just above average for 4 stars, so it's not crazy good, but it's good enough. Double arts, double quick deck, it makes a lot of sense because she really wants to spam her MP as much as possible. Although she does have some crit potential too, not to be discounted, but I like this deck the most regardless for her. Oh, well, triple arts would be the best, but yeah, that's not happening. Alright, now the first skill is a bit awkward because it has a long cooldown, but effects-wise is at least very good. So it's a 30% art sub for 3 turns on self and then a 50% battery. So normally 50% batteries tend to be 6-turn cooldowns. I can kinda understand why this is not. Maybe it could have been 6 turns, but I still think it's a good skill, regardless. Sure, the downtime is like 4 turns after the arts buff, but it makes sense. It's all about that MP spam playstyle, you know, so I still think I like this skill. Second skill, self-invul for 1 turn. Now, this is on a 5-turn cooldown, so it's already better than most 1-turn invuls in the game. Most of them are 6-turn. And then also 100% buff success, buff removal resistance for self for 1 turn, so you can guarantee you're basically not getting touched. And then a 20-star bomb, so this is a great skill. Like, this is just flat out a great skill. You probably want to save it for the, you know, the defensive side, but, you know, sometimes, like if you're running with castors and whatnot, you have a lot of invuls anyway, you could use this for stars as well. So, yeah, it's a great skill. Third skill, we got Ignore Evasion for 3 turns, not on MP this time, I guess, but it's on a 4-turn cooldown, so it's basically up like 75% of the time. Self-arts absorb up 500% for 3 turns, so that means your arts cards will get all the stars, which is nice because it makes your MP go boop, 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 boop. And then self-crit damage, 30%, wish it could be higher, but oh well, this is already a stacked skill, and then 20% MP damage for 3 turns. So, while the numbers might not be the highest, it's a 4-turn cooldown, and it's all 4 3-turn effects. Like, it's still kind of nuts when you think about it, right? Kind of freaking nuts. So I do think she does, like, kind of trash Kuro in terms of skills, at least. There are some differences, obviously, but I think overall, I think Anastasia just has the better skill set, for sure. This is a great skill set. It's just, it keeps her alive, and it keeps her MP just for going, like, boop, 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 boop. Her unique passives, we got her independent action that also comes with star generation. I don't think star generation is all that super relevant for her, but it's a nice bonus, I guess, and the crit damage is nice. Then the other one, which is debuff success, or debuff success rate up and debuff resistance by, you know, around 10% each. So, you know, makes it easier to land the arts res down on the MP, which you really want to land because it's huge. It's before damage, spoiler. Alright, caster bonus, not really that relevant, but funny. So the MP, it's actually pretty good, despite it looking basic. Like, the skill seal is like, whatever, I'm not a huge fan. It's like, it's an okay normal effect, but then the OC, it's a 20% arts resistance down before damage for the turn. So this makes not only your MP hit a lot harder, it improves your refund potential so much if you have a nice, some face cards going after this as well. Oh boy, that is a great... Yeah, it's literally Saito OC. That's exactly what it is, right? Yeah. So you know it's a good OC to have. Yeah, she's just a really, like, damn good MP spam, and she hits really hard with her MP too. She has MP damage, arts up, arts resistance down in her kit alone, right? So that already gives her so much mixed buffs. So yeah... I mean, obviously my copy is amazing because she's like level 100 MP 52k foe, but even on lower numbers, she should still be like very solid, right? She's just really good. Was it like MP2 already beats Kuro in damage, which is kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, that's crazy. I think I will still place her in EX. I think she was here last year as well. And yeah, someone can call me out. Like, maybe I have a biased experience because I have a busted copy, but her skits just, it makes so much sense. It's like, it's so good. And her MP hits really hard. Like, even at MP1, you can still get a lot of damage out of that. Caster won't be this high, I'll tell you that much, but yeah, okay. And yeah, it's funny because we had Charlotte from the same event, right? And she's kind of a nuts for casters as well. You'll see her in a few weeks or something, but yeah. They're both kind of nuts. Alright, last 4-star servant of the archers. Zenobia. Oh, baby. She's kind of nice in more ways than one. I got you, chat, by the way. Alright. So we got AoE, Arts, Farmer, and DPS. And I'm happy to report that she actually does both pretty damn well. So she's a nice, mixed bag, but a very good mixed bag. So 9.8k attack is, again, good number. Not game-breaking, but it's a good number. Double arts, double quick, it's alright. Maybe double buster would have been cool to see over double quick, because she has crit potential, but at least for the gains, making her MP a bit easier to spam. Yeah, I don't hate it though. Now, for skills, let's take a look here. So, much like Anastasia, her arts up has a 7-turn cooldown, but you get a lot of good stuff with it. So, it's the same 30% for 3 turns itself, but now, instead of the battery, you get 20% MP per turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Like, that's a loaded skill, right? That's kind of loaded. So that's a 60% battery and 30 stars for 3 turns total. Ooh, like, yeah, it's still a high cooldown, but I think it's... I would say it's fair, because that's so much good stuff right there. So much value. Like, when she's active, like, just absolutely going crazy. Second skill, self-guts 1 time 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. Pretty standard. But then you get absorbed for 3 turns, not 1, but 3 turns. 500%, good. And then a 20-star bob, because, stars per turn wasn't enough. So yeah, remember when I said she has good crit potential? This is just, these 2 skills are just the start of it, okay? So, because it's a guts, I don't think it's that awkward. If it was an invul or something, it would be a bit harder to pop this. But because it's a 3-turn guts, you can definitely pop this turn 1 if you want to. I don't think it's a problem. So I like that the defensive effect is a guts because of that. Third skill is it's a not really crazy charisma. Because it comes with crit resistance for 3 turns. 30% for the party. So it's basically a charisma, A+ or EX or whatever, but then you just get that as a bonus. It's still a fight. They didn't even increase the cooldown. Like, honestly, they could have made this a 6-turn cooldown. They did that with a lot of the other ones we already saw, right? When they add a new effect to a charisma, but this is still a 5-turn cooldown. So, man. Like, sure, this first skill maybe not have the best uptime, but these already have, like, very solid stuff here going on as well. God damn, this is a very nice modern kit right here. You just love to see this stuff. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, Magic's D, I wish was a bit higher. Independent Action B could be higher, but still okay. And Writing B, well, at least now her having 2 quicks is okay as well. Helps a little bit more. Anti-Berserker Append, again, you love to see it. And then the MP. So first of all, 10% attack up for 1 turn before damage. Now that is a flat 10%, can't do anything about that. But, it's nice. Why not? More damage, right? And then a flat 150% damage mod against king enemies. Now, that might be not the biggest thing. Although, if you fight Seiba, then, fun. Or some other ones. But it's an okay modifier, I would say. Not that, like, amazing. But then the OC is what I love as well. Remember Suzuka from last week? Yeah. 50% base crit damage for self for 3 turns. Like, and this is on a way more spammable MP than Suzuka as well. This is an arts MP and she's a looper. Oh my god. Do you have any idea how much she can stack like that crit damage? Bruh. Like, that OC is kind of nuts. Add that to these, like, attack ups and these crit synergy stuff, right? I'm like, oh my god, dude. Like, she's actually a legit arts crit DPS as well, on top of being a fairly solid looper too for farming. Dude, yeah, people should use her with Johanna now. They really should. I want to see some DPSing with Zenobia and Johanna. Alright, now looping numbers. She actually compares to Jarcher as well. She does even better than Helena, at least on the first two waves. Which honestly, I like the more balanced stuff, rather than like 1, 2 being way lower than 3. Yeah, she literally compares to Jarcher on similar MP level. As a 4-star. Permanent 4-star. Wow. And obviously you can add a third support here to get even higher deeps of the loops. So there you go. I think last year I had her on EX, and I might do the same again, honestly. I think she's just an amazing permanent 4-star. Just so good. Yeah, Jarcher probably still has the better refund for sure, but, like, come on, dude. She's just nuts. Permanent, great DPS, great farmer. What's there not to like? That's a top tier 4-star right there. Okay. Oh, right, he's actually the first 5-star, because we're done with the 4-stars now. I forgot. There were no day 1 5-stars for archers, although Gilgamesh was released in like 2 or 3 weeks into the game or something as the first limited campaign. Oh no. I bet this is where most people also skip the video, because there's so many fans of him. Oh no, the dislikes are coming. Anyway, let's talk about Gilgamesh. We're gonna start with the 5-stars now. My voice is dying, but, you know, I'll get through this. So the king of heroes himself, AoE buster, farmer slash DPS, yes indeed. Good shit. So first of all, at least up here he's really damn good, because his attack is 12.2k, which, you know, definitely on the higher side of SSRs. It's not like the highest, but it's high for sure. I love the double buster, double art stick. It makes perfect sense with his, you know, playstyle and kit. Good numbers. You would not believe he's like a year 1 servant with these numbers. Thank God they didn't do him dirty here, at least. Unlike so many other early servants. Now, they did buff him not too long ago, so this wasn't a thing last year. So they did buff his charisma. So, what do you get now? On a 5-turn cooldown, get 21% attack for the team for 3 turns. Okay, and here comes the new stuff. So, okay, so all servants, ally servants that have the Sky attribute, which I believe he himself has, obviously, right? Yes, they get MP damage for 3 turns, so 20%. And then also a 20-star bomb. I like this buff. I think that, you can go watch my buff breakdown as well. I do really like this buff. It makes sense. It adds more damage to him, and it helps with, you know, his crit playstyle as well. I still want to see crit damage, though. I want to see crit damage. He still doesn't have crit damage in his kit. Like, he's a guy who's going to get all the stars because of his 3rd skill, and even more because of this, but he still has no crit damage. I don't understand. But here's hoping this is, they're going to give him some more love again, because I think, as crazy as it sounds, I think they could buff, like, his golden rule still. I think they could. Anyway, this skill is now great. I like it. It's very good. Second skill is just the golden rule. Now, obviously for farming, this is completely irrelevant, but for DPSing, it's legit, because with this, his arts, face cards, and even the quick one, they generate a lot, right? A lot of stuff. There's a lot of gains. Anyone who's ever used his face cards, especially if you get like overkill, you can see his MP bar jump quite a bit. So, the effect is still good, but man, give him crit damage or something. Whatever. Come on, dude. Please. Alright, 3rd skill has also been buffed, so it's 600% absorb for 3 turns with a good uptime. So yeah, he's gonna get a lot of stars on his cards with this active, and then a 30% battery, which is good because otherwise he wouldn't really be able to farm to the extent that he does now. So it's nice that he has that on a 5-turn cooldown. Yeah, I suppose you can activate this twice with Koyan, and I'm sure we're gonna see it in the numbers in the sheet as well, but yeah. Worth mentioning separately as well. Well, there's the crit damage. Independent extra day plus 11%. It's something. It's a good number, but I wish he had more in his kit as well. Magic Razee is weird. I guess it's a lore thing. That sucks. I wish it was higher. And then Divinity B is probably a demerit more than a buff. Rider bonus. Well, if you're someone that has like the craziest guild, you are gonna obviously get this. But for normal guild owners, forget about it. Alright, then the MP, which also has been buffed. So before damage, you get 30% MP damage 1 turn. It does not stack, sadly, but it's still a good amount of MP damage. And then the famous damage mod, which is literally most servants in the game. So anyone who's weak to an EMIYA, which is, I believe, at least 90% of servants in game, probably 95. I forgot what the actual number is, but it's most servants in the game that are definitely weak to EMIYA. So that's why it's funny, because despite having an AoE MP, you can bring Gilgamesh against a single boss. You could, like a Saber bot, you could do that. The MP still hits really hard. Granted, it's not like Altera, who I think is not weak to the MP, for instance. But yeah, for most servants, it actually does kind of do single target damage. But because of it's only servants for farming, it could be better. But at least usually the highest HP enemy in the farming is still a servant anyway, in 90++. So yeah. Now for DPS, again, he's lacking crit damage. I would like to see that. And also, there's really not much for survival. And honestly, Buster supports are not really known for having the best type of, like, you know, keeping you alive mechanics. So that's something worth mentioning, I guess. Oh, looping numbers, right. Okay, so with the double witch Oberon system, you can run a 50% CE, which is nice. And you actually do get good numbers. Like, you actually do get very legit numbers. Peaking super hard on wave 3. Like, in fact, he has the highest damage potential of all the archers on wave 3, at least with these setups. So, you know, don't discount that, I suppose. Oh boy, yeah. Yeah, and that's not factoring in the servant mod, right? Yeah. Yeah, this doesn't factor in power mods, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, his numbers are pretty good. Pretty damn good. Dude, it's tough, man. It's tough. I don't know what to do here, honestly. I feel bad if I put him into EX because of the way most of his stuff looks like nowadays. I would feel dirty, but oh my god, dude. Oh, it's always an eternal struggle with this man. It really is. There's so many mixed opinions. Fuck, dude. Like, his farming is still very solid, though. Can I put him in there just for farming alone? I could probably. The numbers are high. Yeah, they are high. I could probably do it. And, like, he still has good DPS. He's not as, like, he's still lacking some stuff for DPSing that I would love to see, but numbers at least are still okay for damage. Now one says like this, yeah. But for farming, he does do better than Tesla, is what it is, right? That's the thing. He does do a bit better there. It's fairly similar, though. It's not a big difference, though, with the same setup. And even with Ishtar, it's also very similar, but even more close to Tesla. So tough, man. And Tesla's kit is just so much better overall, though. Oh my god. Gil is definitely not above Tesla. They're either equal or Tesla is higher. I would never put Tesla below Gil nowadays. I think I know what I'm gonna do, and this is still gonna piss off people. This is still gonna piss off people, but it's a compromise. I did it, dude. I did it. People are gonna be pissed off as is, but there you go. I did it. His farming numbers are still fucking legit, dude. They're legit. I have to give him a good credit for here, but because of a certain other guy that I think is way better overall, I can't do it. His kit is too one-dimensional and just so basic nowadays. But I know, people are gonna be mad. All right, moving on. Actually, we're not even talking about the next, but okay. Dude. Okay. All right, let's talk about Artemis. Artemis. While I don't think Artemis is like a god tier DPS, I do think Artemis gets a little bit too much hate, honestly. Her MP is still really good. Like, it's amazing. The MP is amazing. Now, the problem is, it's not easy to spam the MP. Like, even Euryale spams her MP better. And they're obviously both for the same niche. But man, her MP is amazing. Anyway. Single target arts DPS, what do we got? For attack is 11.1k. Which sadly is below average. So that, I suppose, doesn't help. Now, the deck I flat out just hate. It's terrible for more reasons than one. There should be triple arts if it's going to be one-hitters, and then, again, the other problem is that it's a one-hitter arts, dude. Like, you would need to get an overkill arts crit for it to do anything meaningful for gains, dude. Otherwise, it's just a slam, and you get, like, 4% or something. Oh, my God. Is like, yeah, so up here, things are looking pretty bad, needless to say. Okay, now we saw this skill already on Paris, but at least Artemis has the better version, I suppose. So it's a 50% defense up for 1 turn. That's a lot, so it can be useful. And then 20% attack up for 3 turns, which is okay. And then 50% debuff for 3 turns. On a 5-turn cooldown, I still think this is an okay skill. I don't really see a big problem with it. It's easy to pop. If you get more value off the defense, it's even better, but yeah. It's alright. Now, I hate the second skill, I'm not gonna lie. So this basically means that if you don't bring her against male, again, you have a dead skill. It's Nobu all over again. I don't like this, dude. I don't like when a skill can be dead. It really limits the scope. And even against males, it's like, it's a mana burst. Sure, it's better than a mana burst against dudes, but I don't like this skill, dude. I don't like it. I hate that this skill needs a buff. They should make it 3 turns. They should add a second effect. Then she would be, like, really damn nice. Alright. And then I have the Mind Falls, which I like. Crit damage is nice on archers, and she already has some protection here anyway, so she doesn't need more defense up. Yeah, it's an okay defensive/offensive skill for her. Magic Risk D is pretty sad. Independent Action A+ is nice. Archer bonus, unless they're, like, males, even then I probably wouldn't bother. Now, the MP used to be kind of stinky, but man, the buff did it justice. Now, this is an amazing MP. So first of all, 20% attack down for 3 turns on the target, very cool. A guaranteed drain now, very nice. And then 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. Now, if that's not a crippling MP to the enemy, I don't know what is. I really like this MP. This is easily the highlight of Artemis. This buffed MP, it is so good. This MP on someone else would be game-breaking. But sadly, because it's on Artemis, it's not the most broken thing out there. This would if someone else had this 5-hitter arts MP, they'd be spamming the shit out of this and the enemy could do nothing, dude. No damage, no crits, no MPs. Get wrecked, son. So yeah, this is a really top tier MP. Sadly, the rest is not quite top tier though. Last year I placed her in B apparently. Which is pretty brutal, but it might be fairly accurate. Because, you know, I feel like even Euryale, if you have MP1 Artemis and MP5 Euryale, which is realistic, I feel like Euryale is the better choice. She does more damage on her MP, and it's way more spammable. It's C plus or B, for sure. I guess I can do I prefer EMIYA Alter or her? I think they're similar, honestly. Neither have like really spammable MPs, but you know, both do good damage with their MPs, and maybe they should be the same tier. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna drop them down to C plus actually, because without good supports, they're not that impressive, honestly. They are just not that impressive. They need a lot of help to get going. The numbers just are so bad. Okay, I wish they buff Artemis again. But buff the second skill. Add like a battery or something and make the male anti-male 3 turns. Something else. MP per turn, I don't know. Please. Alright, now we can talk about Tesla. Great. Gureto does it. Alright, now this man has seen a lot of buffs. Woo! So, AoE, Buster, DPS slash Farber. If anything, I do think he's good at farming too, obviously, but I kind of like him more as a DPS because of just how much stuff there is in his kit, which some of the stuff is not even used in farming. So, attack, 11.7k, is just higher than average for SSRs. It's not as good as Gilgamesh, I suppose, but it's still fine. Double Buster, double Arch deck, same deck. So yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense, especially for the DPSing side. I like it a lot. Now the first skill used to be like, you know, it's Gilgamesh, but a little bit better. Like you know, it's fucked up when even this skill is already better because it's a 5-turn cooldown instead of 6. This is already better than Gilgamesh's Golden Rule, and it has had 2 more buffs. That says a lot, right? They haven't buffed Gilgamesh's Golden Rule. How is the original one better than his? Anyway, after the first buff, it was already pretty sexy because you help your team on DPSing because they get more MPs. But then this is a cool buff. I love this buff because now you also get your party buff and debuff success rate up by 40%. Now this is key, okay? The buff success rate is only 20%, but that's all you need because he has 80% successes, okay? This guarantees all the buffs from his second skill. And if you know what his second skill looks like, it's bonkers when you think about it, right? It guarantees the buffs. And then this, even the debuff success rate up helps because his MP actually has a 30% chance. Actually, no, it's a 40% chance to stun. So now it's an 80% chance to stun, which is a considerable difference. So this skill now, like, it also gives 30% MP gain for allies for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. That's a lot of stuff, man, which helps him as well a lot. So, oof. And then the second skill after the buff. Oh my god. So it's a 1-time 3-turn guts on a 5-turn cooldown, which is better than most because usually a 3-turn guts is a 6-turn cooldown, so that's already a good sign. And then you have 80% chance to get MP damage for 3 turns, 30%, and 80% chance to get defense up 30% for 3 turns. And remember, nowadays, you can guarantee those. Oh, yes. And then a guaranteed 20% attack up for 3 turns. Like, how loaded is this man? How loaded? On a 5-turn, but they're both on a 5-turn cooldown. Like, excuse me? Excuse me? How, this on a 5-turn cooldown with guaranteed, all of this guaranteed every single time. That's insane. Third skill also not bad. It's a 50% Baron 6-turn cooldown, so standard, but he also gets utility in 3 turns of Invul Pierce and a okay 10-star bomb. Why not? So even this skill is still good. Wow. Like, bruh. How is this like not a seriously loaded skill set right here? So this is the problem. This is why I can't put Gilgamesh into EX. It's such a contrast, dude. This is the problem. it's the difference is night and day, dude. Anyway, moving on. Passives, not the greatest, at least on passives. Magic Resist C could be better, and this could be higher, but you know, it's still fine. Caster Bolt is kind of irrelevant, and the MP, of course, has been buffed, so 40% chance to stun, 80% with the first skill active. Minor, like, Black Rail proc on self after damage, and then if the enemy is Earth or Sky, Servant that is, it's not just Earth, like a lot of people think it's Earth or Sky, you get the damage mod as well. And Earth, it's not the most common attribute, but it's the second most common attribute. Sky obviously a bit more rare, but Earth is still a good damage mod. For sure. Yeah, this bad truly deserves his modern like animation update. Can kill yourself with that damage? Yeah, you can actually. Yeah, it always says if you cannot. If it's like this, it's like Jinke, right? It's the same thing. It's funny though. Plushie is sadly not here today. He's busy. Although wait, I just got a message. Oh, he's not from Plushie. Never mind. So yeah, Tesla is kind of cracked, huh? And yeah, I mean, I mean, I guess we should still look at just to see the numbers. Still, his farming numbers, they're not quite Gilgamesh. They're close though. They're close. I would say they're comparable at least. Sure, Gilgamesh wins a little bit, but man, it's just like everything else. He just does so much better, so much better, dude. This is the like Tesla existing is the reason I can't put Gilgamesh into EX. I can't, dude. I can't. No, it's not the same case, Yuri. Artoria is EX because she's the one of the easiest Buster Loopers in the game, and she still does crack numbers with the correct setup. So yes, she's on their farming only, but Gilgamesh still needs the full 9 yards, dude. Is not like him looping with him is way harder than Artoria as well. Has higher damage? Yeah, sure. He's got on 90 plus plus. But again, you gotta be real. You gotta realize the fact that my criteria is not really meant for 90 plus plus. Obviously, it's nice if servants in here can do it, but you gotta remember, with my criteria, it's MP1. You're not gonna do a 90 plus plus with Gilgamesh on MP1. I'm sorry, you're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. You need a Grelled one. You need a higher than MP1. I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's like you're not gonna do it. You're just not gonna do it. So with my criteria, I think this is fair. I think this is fair. Exactly. Tesla will do shit. Dude, Tesla will absolutely wreck Gilgamesh on a boss. It's not even close. You need to make sure Gilgamesh is protected 24/7. Tesla is just like, oh, I just fucking slap shit, dude. Only bosses? So wait, you're saying that Gilgamesh is slightly better on farming than him, but Tesla fucking 100s to 0 him on bosses, and you say they should be the same? Nah, dude. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. I'm not buying it, dude. I can't. Tesla is so modern and nice after all those buffs. Gilgamesh needs another buff. He's one buff short, okay? It is what it is, dude. I feel like even the A++ was generous, but okay. It's mostly because of his good numbers. And again, my list is not the best when it comes to 90++, because that requires nuts numbers. Even for the best of the best, Melusen, fucking Morgan, you name it. You still need more than what my criteria assumes is realistic, right? So you gotta realize the POV here, you know? They need to buff his golden rule. Okay. I know people are going to be mad no matter how much I try to explain, but there you go. Alright, I need to preserve my voice until the end. Okay, so next up is Arjuna. Kind of a more sad case, if anything, honestly. I wish Arjuna was better, but... eh. Yeah, everyone is feel free to make their own tier lists. This is just my opinion. No one should take this seriously to begin with. I'm just a crazy gacha guy rambling here. Alright, AoE Buster, DPS. Not even a farmer, right? Ouch. Okay, so at least his attack is high. 12.3k. That is good. And then a triple art stick. Triple arts. Yeah, okay, dude. I don't like it. Dude. Okay. Alright, let's take a look at his skills. His skills are actually not bad. I'll say that much. So, he has star generation. 50% for 3 turns. Sure. Not the best when you remember his MP is only 1 hits, but at least now it's a debuff immune for 5 turns, right? Yeah, that's pretty legit. Oh my god, people are still arguing about Gilgamesh, oh my god. Anyway, I think it's an okay skill. The first effect is like pretty terrible on him, but you know, at least most of the time you won't be debuffed, which has some value for bosses, because again, that's basically where you're gonna pick him from, or for rather. Alright, second skill has also seen a buff, but man, they still didn't, fix the original thing, because it's still a 25% battery. What a weird number! Shout out to Karna and Arjuna, okay. Let's see what else we got, though. 2k HP every turn for 5 turns? That's actually a lot. That's a lot of healing. And then also 8 stars per turn for 5 turns. It's 5 turns, so it's nice, but it's only 8, so it's not the biggest deal out there. And considering he doesn't even star generate that much normally, you might need a bit more than this from other sources. And then the buff adds a 10% battery every turn for 5 turns. So now with an 8 turn reduced cooldown, I think it's fine. I think it's actually a legit skill. For farming, it's kind of sad though, but for, you know, outside of farming, it's not terrible. It's alright. And then his version of Mana Burst is like a split between Buster Up and MP damage. 50% total. I still like this more than normal Mana Burst because it's mixed damage buffs. So, you know, it depending on the buffs you have, this potentially adds just more damage for your MP. Obviously less for your face cards, but he has one Buster card to begin with, so I don't think it's a big loss. I think this is a better one. But regardless, it's still a Mana Burst, so it's kind of weak in this day and age. They should buff this as well. Alright, skills are at least not terrible. Just kind of for an SSR nowadays. Magic Risk C, decent. Independent Action A, like it. Divinity B, yikes. House Throat, it's kind of dying, I'm not gonna lie. But I will push through the end. Hey, Anti-Berserker Append that's great. Then the MP. It's a one-hitter AoE MP. With a chance, 50% chance to insta-kill. And then 80% chance to insta-kill divine enemies. And a 20% defense down for 3 turns on base OC. But after damage as well. So, his MP, needless to say, doesn't hit like super hard. Outside of the Mana Burst, third is like, it's kind of a noodle. And the insta-kill, because I know I'm not really factoring him in for farming here. We can just kind of forget about the instant kills. Even against divine enemies, if it's a meaningful boss fight, it's never gonna work. So just forget about it. So the MP kind of sucks for a buffed MP. Especially for an SSR buffed MP. Oh man. Dude, you know what's crazy though? Like stupid? I kind of feel bad for people that are Arjuna fans. Because if he was released nowadays, I bet he would be so freaking good. I bet he would be so strong. But they were so scared back then of making SSR strong, dude. He would be like Arjuna Alter but as an archer. Like he would be so good. But he's a year 1 servant. It's so sad. They would definitely do him justice better if he was released now. Is C+2 rough? Because he can't even really farm properly. I think I could do a B if he had a single target MP. I could do one of the Bs for sure. But it's an AoE MP for DPS as well, so... yeah. It's a bit brutal, but it is what it is. Alright, next one is a cool one though. We got the Artoria, Archer, Summer, Squirtoria, I guess people call her as well. Single target arts DPS, and she do be zooming. 11.12k attack, could be higher. It's slightly lower than the average among the SSRs, but you know, it's not like, you know, Jinako levels. Why do I say that? Why do I hurt myself? Anyway, double arts, double quick. Besides triple quick, that's basically the best deck she could ask for. Or not triple quick, triple arts. Yeah, so it's still good for gains overall. Not that she needs too many gains if you know how her MP works. So her face cards are not even as needed as some of the other MP spammers. First skill, 30% arts up for 3 turns on self. And then party-wide defense up 20% for 3 turns. I actually really like this skill. 6-turn cooldown, I think it's legit. This is good for bosses. It protects your guys and then makes her go more zoom. You can just pop this immediately. No awkwardness. It's offensive / defense, but it's easy to pop immediately. So it's a good skill. Second skill, you sacrifice 10% battery, but you get a 5k heal. It's a little short 4-turn cooldown as well. This can actually be useful. I'm still not super happy the way this skill works, because of the drain, but it can be alright for sure. But I feel like most of the time, you can probably just keep her protected anyway, so healing might not be like the most relevant thing, especially if you're fighting sabers. So it's kind of like, it depends on the fight. Third skill, It's like her charisma, so it's the same thing we had on Yuri Pirates as well. But yeah, the other effect is male star generation. So this skill kind of just sucks. This one sucks. I would say this is easily the best, this is the second best, and this is just kind of like, eh. This kind of sucks. Yeah, honestly, I guess it's worth noting that if you do have at least MP2, meaning you can refund over 100%, then this is way more usable. This really is a lot harder to use on MP1. I do agree with that. Yeah, because if you get a sick refund turn on her and you have more than MP1, you're probably going to fly above 100 anyway, right? So it's awkward for MP1, I suppose. Yeah, this is like whatever. Magic was A is nice. Dude, I'm dying. Send help. Okay. Independent Action A is nice as well, and then Territory Creation A is also nice. It's 10% across the board. I like it. Very good passives. Rider bonus. I guess you could do that. Maybe, because she can still Black Rail loop and whatnot. Yeah. If you have a crazy copy. Alright, the MP then. I hate the fact that it's a 70% chance to drain. I absolutely hate that. But hey, at least the OC is the good old 20% refund as well, Artoria style. Which, you know, the MP already hits 10 times, by the way. Yeah, needless to say, you can loop with just the MP or with the correct buffs. Kind of bunkers. It's a self-looping MP. I'm gonna show this thing again. So she basically has the highest damage potential if we don't take niches into account of all the... If you do back-to-back-to-back MPs. Oh, again, this is maybe not the best reference, I know. But it's just to show the potential out there. Again, the key is no one else can do back-to-back-to-back, guaranteed, with Black Grail. That's why she owns. That's why she does it, okay? That's key. So even with MP1, with these back-to-back-to-back buff MPs, you can still do a lot of freaking damage, dude. Sabas beware. So, yeah. And even if you don't do this setup, with, like, just have one or two face cards in there, it's still, like, such a... It's, like, the most, like... I'm gonna say this. Summer Anastasia, her MP is super spammable, but, like, this is arguably even more spammable, because the MP itself refunds so much more. So I have a feeling she kind of has to be EX, right? She has to. Like, she kind of has to be there. Her kid, although her skills are not as good as Anastasia, though. But man, it's like you can probably MP like every turn for like 5 turns with the correct setup. It's basically carried by the MP, right? That's pretty much it. Her skills, minus the first one, are not that amazing, but... It's just that the MP is so broken, dude. Just Black Grail looping all day, every day. Fuck, dude. I kind of feel dirty putting her here, though, with these nice kits, though. Oh, should I do here? Should she be a friend to Gilgamesh? Should we put her next to Gilgamesh? Because again, I would feel dirty, dude. I would feel dirty. It kind of feels wrong on the EX because of the kit. Another tough call for sure. I think most people are saying A++. It was as good as her when it comes to single target looping. I would definitely put Anastasia up there. She competes as a 4-star, honestly. God damn, it's like chat. Even chat is so split on this. Maybe the fact that also Shufu exists is also making her easier to loop because, you know, she works great with Shufu as well, right? Fuck, dude. Okay. Okay, I can barely do it, probably. Okay. Maybe a lower EX. I'm not gonna do like an EX minus. That defeats the purpose. You might say it already has defeated the purpose, but yeah, okay. Like, she's just, like, she's an extreme example of, like, let's say Okita from last list, right? Carried by the numbers to an extent that it's even, like, even more crazy. Like, Kid is a basic one, but it's just the numbers that carry. This is like an extreme numbers carry example. Okay, if they buffed her, do I think she could go to EX+? Well, it depends what they do. If it's an MP buff, then probably, yeah. I don't see it happening, though. Alright, let's move on. Another big, popular one, huh? I do like Ishtar a lot myself as well. So, AoE Buster DPS slash Farmer. Haven't said that too many times today, huh? 12.12k attack, again, good numbers. So if anything, like, yeah, I was comparing Tesla a lot to Gil, but really, the biggest comparisons are between Ishtar and Gilgamesh. That's how it's always been. They are the ones that are truly the most similar to each other. Tesla, I think, has a bit more going on with his stuff. So, Double Buster, Double Arts, again, makes sense. It's the same playstyle, you know, I don't see any problems with that. Her version of Charisma is just a better one. It's still the same 5-turn cooldown, but you also get 20% crit damage for the full party. Pretty solid. It's basic, but I like it. It's not bad. Then her version of the Battery, 50%, also a 6-turn cooldown. She has an 80% chance to get herself Invul for 1 turn and also Invul Pierce. I kind of hate this. I still kind of hate this skill, I'm not gonna lie. Because you can't rely on it. You just, like, sometimes you just get fucked in the ass. Because you have a defenseless anus. And you probably don't like it. They should give her the same buff they gave Tesla, where she can guarantee these, right? They should do this, like, put it like here or something. She needs the same treatment. Actually, you know what's funny? Because Tesla has it on AoE, right? You can literally, because they're both AoE archers, you could actually put them in the same team, and then she can guarantee these when needed. That's funny, because Tesla's buff helps her too. Anyway, third skill is the really wonky one. So it's a 3-turn cooldown, and it's a delayed 50% attack for 1 turn. So you have to use it the turn before you go. And sadly, you can't stack this. If you could, she would have better damage potential on Koyan looping though. But sadly not stackable. So she loses a lot of value because of the cooldowns. And honestly, I kind of forget to always use this anyway, personally. It's an okay skill though. I like it. It's a short cooldown. It's a mana burst. It's like a mana burst that's delayed, but a much shorter cooldown. I still think it's better, but it's kind of awkward as well. Okay. I guess you can still get it for like 2 turns, yeah. For turns 2 and 3. And attack up is really nice for Buster looping because, you know, the supports don't offer that. At least not the looping ones. Magic Grisay I like. Same with Independent Extra Day. And then she doesn't have Divinity. She has Goddess's Essence. Thank God. So 42.5% debuff rest on base. Nothing to sneeze at. Okay. Let's go. Ruler bonus. Yeah, okay. Good joke. And then the MP, which has also seen a buff. So now you get a 20 star bomb. Always when you use it. That's kind of nice. Makes your crit potential way better. And then 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage. So you sadly can't stack that either because it's 1 turns. But hey, the effects make sense. It's an upgraded damage MP. It still hits pretty hard. So, yeah. I do like the MP as well. I think Tesla, Gil, and Ishtar all have good MPs. For what it's worth. Okay. She's the only archer that can do CQ 90++ ruler. Yeah, but okay, how is it still not a good joke? Like that is a joke, right? Even if it's true, like that's a joke. Like why the fuck would you bring Ishtar when you can bring an Avenger and have full class advantage? There's literally no point. It's a joke. Even if you can do it, it's a complete joke. You do realize that, right? That's the whole point of it. You're just absolutely crippling yourself for no reason just because of a joke. Just bring a freaking Avenger, dude. you get like 10 times more benefits. Like, okay. Funny. Alright, looping numbers. What do we got? So yeah, I guess in order it goes Ishtar, Tesla, Gilgamesh. Like from lowest to highest. between these three, because they're the most comparable. There's a bit less gap between Ishtar and Tesla, I suppose. So they are the most similar when it comes to looping numbers. But I do think she is not quite as up there. I think I'm gonna order it like this. I think she's A+, plus here, and then Tesla here. I think that's how I'm gonna do it with my criteria. I think that's just how it's gonna go down. Nothing wrong with an Ishtar though, and honestly, if you have a really impressive copy, you can probably shit on those numbers anyway, so who's not, you could probably do 90++ totally fine with Ishtar too. Like, a lot of people have really impressive copies, so yeah, go for it. She's definitely an option. So there you go. And yeah, honestly, her crits are not to be underestimated. With the MP buff and the crit damage of the first skill as well, you can do some cool stuff. At least she has some crit damage unlike Gilgamesh. Anyway. Okay, the next one is, like, I really like the next one, but man, you know what's the funny part about Moriarty, though? Like, sure, he may not be the best servant out there, but I'll say this much. His MP damage potential among single targets is one of the highest. People actually don't realize that. But maybe not the most practical thing still. Anyway, single target buster DPS... James Moriarty himself, attack just above average, not too shabby, but then the big problem is that stupid-ass deck, dude. Why? I thought we were done after Arjuna, but the madmen did it again. They put triple arts on the Buster MP, oh my god, and I'm so sad to report that in his case, it's one of the absolute worst mismatches ever in terms of the gains. He and Abby are probably the worst with this. Like, the gains are so bad. They're so bad. You need so much help to get his MP, dude. He has a big battery, sure, but, like, if you want to go more, then, dude, is like, there's, like, you would think triple arts cards with 4 hitters, like, it's amazing, right? No. He barely refunds. Okay, at least the battery helps. Anyway. First skill has been buffed. Not sure if this was already there last year. It probably was. So now he ignores defense and invul for 1 turn. Cool, I guess. And 600% absorb for 1 turn and a 20 bomb to help with those crits, I guess. But he really doesn't have crit damage either, does he, right? I'm seeing a pattern here. Why do they not like putting too much crit damage on these SSR archers? They give them crit synergy and they're like, no crit damage. Anyway, 5-turn cooldown, I think it's now fair with the decent bomb and the okay 1-turn effects as well. I think it's an okay skill. No real issues. Second skill has also been buffed, so now it no longer consumes 10 stars, but sadly, you still need to have 10 stars. People don't realize this, like, it used to take 10 stars, but now... You can keep the stars, but you still need to have at least 10 to use this, which is kind of weird, but okay, it's still better, I suppose. Then you get the 50% battery when you have 10 or more stars, so at standard 6-turn cooldown. Now you also get 20% MP damage for 3 turns on self, that's not bad. And then you grant your other allies evil trait for 3 turn, or alignment, which comes useful for the third skill, I suppose. Which, honestly, I kind of don't like at the same time. So it's a charisma that also gives another buff to evil allies, except for himself. Why is he not included in that second one? It makes no sense to me. I guess he's supposed to be like the crime boss or whatever, but come on, this should absolutely buff himself too. Come on, look, Doman does it. I mean, obviously he was released first, so, you know, but come on. Doman does double buffs to himself on 2 skills, dude. Why can't Moriarty do it? Come on, dude. Come on. It's only a 20% attack up for himself on a single target DPS. You could do better than that. Come on, man. Could be better. Overall, nowadays, I think his skills are, I would say, above average, but not much. Magic Res D could be higher. At least here we get some crit damage, much like Gilgamesh, I guess. I think it's the same rank too, funnily enough. Third Appendcaster, again, Miss B. I'm surprised. Wait, why is this not Ruler? Oh, was this before Sherlock was released and he was teased as a caster? But no, wait, no, this Append came so much later. I guess they're maybe still going back to that tease, but okay, whatever. Anyway. Then the MP, man, is it a basic one though? There's no normal effects, and then the OC at least is pretty okay. It's a 3-turn defense down, 20% base before damage. So at least that's good, but it could use a second normal effect or maybe 2. Come on, man. Come on. But the funny thing is, he still has, like, actually, like, if you look at this, he's just behind Artoria in MP damage looping. His potential is really good, but again, this might not be the most realistic setup. You probably can't finish the fight with this and then you're done afterwards, so it's just to show, like, potential, if anything. In a more normal case, it's much harder to do that because of his gains being kind of bad. Oh boy, do I wish Moriarty was, like, top tier. I like this guy a lot. So last year I put him at what? He was B+. I feel like I can do a B+. I feel like with the buffs, it's still fair. His potential is still good, but he needs a lot of help. Just a lot of help, you know? Yeah, I think I'm okay with B+. Dude, we're doing like a middle finger here. It's one of these tier lists again. Alright. Alright, Napoleon time. Bara Daddy. That was pretty cursed. You're welcome. Alright, AoE, Buster, DPS / farmer. Probably not the best when it comes to farming, though, especially have some of the previous options. But you know what? I guess he can still do it. 12k attack, pretty okay. Pretty good. It's the same double Buster, double Ars deck that we've used to seeing for a lot of these. And yeah, I still think it makes sense for him too. Not too bad. His version of Charisma is actually what Moriarty should have. Like, really. I wish it was 3 turns on the other attack up as well, but whatever. So it's, yeah, 20% AoE and then 20% for self for 1 turn. So it's only ever so slightly better than a normal Charisma. Just a bit. So overall, still a fairly underwhelming skill. Second skill is like just a better version of Tactics, but oh my god, is it still pretty bad. So it's an AoE 20% MP damage up for 1 turn, and then 100% star gen for 1 turn. On AoE, like, this is weak. This is so weak. He's a 1-turn man as well. At least when it comes to these 2 skills. This is just weak as hell. Alright, third skill, at least we got some stuff going. So a 30% battery, Invul Pierce for 3 turns on self, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. On a 6-turn cooldown. Like, it's crazy. You just compare this to, like, Zenobia. She just shits on this. She shits on this as a 4-star. It's sad. It's kind of sad. But it's not a terrible skill regardless, you know? I suppose. This at least is okay. But man, like, this is bad and this is... Oh boy. Magic Receipt. Standard. And then standard also for the crit damage. Rider bonus. Nah, dude. MP has been buffed. He was so bad after this, I'm not even joking. His MP was the biggest noodle before this. So this was much needed. So, ignores defense before damage for 1 turn. If you combo that with the third skill, you can actually also ignore Invul, which is cool. It's the Holy Grail. You get the same 20 stars that Ishtar does. Cool. And then the OC is Anti-Divine Damage mod. The standard 150 to 200% scaling. So, I do think his MP, at least now, is good. The MP is good. I like the MP now. It's good. Divine also a common trait, so... This is a great MP for sure. I wish the skills were better though. If one of his archers really done dirty by not having crit up in his case, Napoleon. True. Yeah, he should also have crit up. Or crit damage. Oh my god. Yeah, for a Buster Archer, he can actually dish out a bunch of stars. I suppose. How many hits is the MP? It's 5. So if you have this active, it can actually generate a few stars as well. So looping wise, he just... I guess he is fairly comparable to Ishtar. But he doesn't peak as hard on wave 3 because of his one-turn stuff, right? So if you have these other options that we talked about, they're probably better, but it's not the worst numbers ever. You could make it work for sure. And especially if you have a really good copy, but in comparison, not as good, I suppose. And wave 3, I feel like this might be a bit too low for 90++. Again, depends on the copy, I suppose. Okay, so Napoleon last year, I believe... apparently I had him on A. Do I still agree to that? Do I still agree to placing him on A? I don't know. I do like that he's also permanent, though. The biggest competition is all, like, Story Locked or Limited. Maybe B+ could be a thing. It's one of these two, for sure. A or B+, I can't decide. In my eyes, it's one of these two. I feel like maybe he should be A because he still can do decent farming. I think that's fair, you know. His farming numbers are not terrible. They're fine. They're fine, you know. And DPS, he might not be the best, but if you're fighting Divine, which is a fairly common trait, I think he can, you know, do fairly well there too. So I would still place him like below Ishtar, so I would go Napoleon, Ishtar, Gilgamesh, Tesla. Okay. We'll do that. I think the numbers are okay for farming. Alright, 4 more to go, and my voice couldn't be more dead. Fun times ahead, because we have Jeanne Summer. AoE arts DPS, but definitely more so of a farmer. Sadly, the attack is on the lower side. In fact, of all the SSRs so far, I think it's the lowest at 10.5k. They really wanted to keep Janu tanky, I guess. A bit sad, but it is what it is. Once again, the return of the double buster, double arts deck, so, you know, I like it. I think it makes sense here too. Surprising. First skill, we got the 30% arts up for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown with self on 2-hit interval, 3 turns. I like it. It's flexible. It's good. It's very similar to Arturia's skill 1. Surprising. It's good. Second skill, a 40% battery. For looping purposes, I guess it's fine, but for some other stuff, like setups, it can be awkward. You can kind of help with it by getting the battery append to match 50, but yeah, most of the time, it's fine at 40, I suppose. Yeah. 20% MP damage for 3 turns on self, and then also, if you're on water side, you get the 50% crit damage for 3 turns, which is actually a pretty good number. On Waterfield, this is actually a great skill. Without Waterfield, it's okay. It's okay. Good enough. Her version of Charisma, and this increases her own too, right? No, it doesn't because she's Summer Alime, I forgot. So sadly, she doesn't get the double attack here. But yeah, good allies get 40% attack. She gets 20% 3 turns. So for her, it's kind of a bad skill. It helps with farming too, but it could be better. Man, Summer alignments, huh? Doesn't have lawful good. She's lawful Summer. Unfortunate. I mean, the skill set still, you know, works really well for farming, I suppose. Magic was B, decent, and then her own version of independent action also comes with 3% MP gauge per turn on water side fields. Good crit damage and a nice bonus when it matters, or when it's active, rather. Anti-Berserker append, and with her gains, I'm pretty sure she can loop Berserkers quite easily too, right? So it's actually a very, very nice append. Alright, then the MP, there is nothing for normal effects besides damage, but the OC, at least in farming, it's kind of irrelevant. Most of the time, sometimes you might do face carding, but for DPSing, considering how spammable the MP is, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns on base OC, which is stackable, yeah, it can be a very nice OC. For farming, again, most of the time, you know, you don't really need it. But yeah, okay. So then the looping numbers. Now, we already saw that Zenobia and Helena are fairly comparable, but the big difference is that Jarcher, her refund is just a lot better, right? Yeah, like George is saying, it's probably among the best in the whole game when it comes to like arts loopers, so there is that at least. So Zerx should still be easy. Maybe can't say the same thing for Helena, or definitely not Helena, and maybe not even Zenobia. But in her case, yeah, Zerks are easy, which is cool. And we just double Castoria Black Grail setup. Those are high numbers. Like, those are very commendable numbers for sure, despite her lower attack stats. Just because of she has a good amount of damage buffs in her kit. She can do 3-2 nodes. Indeed. Where did I place her last year? Apparently I had her an A+. Ooh, that's tough. But I still, even then, I still had Zenobia on EX as well. Ooh. Like, the thing is, yes, Zenobia is EX, but that's mostly among 4 stars, and I think Zenobia has way better DPS potential. I'll say that much. I think even as a 4-star, she's comparable to Jarcher in DPSing. I think she honestly does better. So I don't, again, it's not, even if I place Jarcher not into EX, it doesn't mean Zenobia is better than her. Again, don't compare too much between rarities. That's against, like, the criteria. She's, like, Zenobia is a god tier 4-star is what it is. If Artoria bomb on EX, Archer should be also EX. Yeah, but the thing is, hardly anyone does single-target DPSing to this level that Artoria does. Like, we still have, like, Zenobia, and I guess even Summer Helena a bit for, like, some kind of arts looping for farming. Yeah, true, she does do well in Zerx, yeah, true. I think I want to put Zenobia higher, but I can maybe do this. I bet Gilgamesh fans are mad or whatever for no reason again, but I feel like I can maybe do that. No, I still like, I kind of like Arturia on EX though, because her MP is just out of this world. It's like Saito, SSR Saito shit. But you know what? Actually, no. Because I didn't put Trunk Sisters in EX, I can't put Charger either. I just realized that. Trunk Sisters also has better kit as well, and their MP is also like almost fully refunding. So I can't do that actually. I would look like a hypocrite. I should have put Trunk Sisters in EX, dude. I don't know. I shouldn't have backed down on that. I'm kind of mad about it. Dude, I let Plushie and chat influence me. I should have put Trunk Sisters in EX. Fuck me. It's tough. Go back and fix the Saber list. Yeah, for those watching, I would fix it now. So hard to when you get more and more plays, the comparisons start happening more and more. Well, again, yeah, maybe we can say that. Yeah, I would maybe probably put Trunk Sisters in EX nowadays. Yeah, probably. So maybe in that sense, I could put Archeria back. I'll leave it at this for now, okay? I'll leave it at that for now. We'll see. We have 3 more to place. Okay, well, we're going to do some more discussion after all. This is everyone has been placed initially. Alright, it's time for Super Chad. Raise your Mist FG Chads in the chat, or you can do Giga Chat as well if you're not sub. Alright, Super Orion, there he is. Single target buster crit machine is what he is. 12.5k attack, so even higher than Gilgamesh, right? So that's kind of cool. Do be slap it. Full gorilla deck, the only way you would have it, you know? Makes sense. The first skill is his mana burst, which comes with wild beast or demonic damage. Not separate modifiers. It's only one or the other. If it's both, you still only get 50%. I think this is by far the weakest thing in his kit. This skill, it's kind of doo doo. It's fun for like the fattest 1 turn ever, but outside of that, it's actually pretty doo doo when it comes to skills. Second skill though, very important. So 1 time 3-turn guts with a 6-turn cooldown, so that's pretty standard. The HP may be a bit slightly higher on it, but then you also get 20% attack for 3 turns and a 20-star bomb. So he is a bit self-sufficient with this as well. This and the MP, of course. Pretty good skill, I would say. And the third skill is where really, you know, faces get melted. So in a 5-turn cooldown, you get 500% absorb for 3 turns, good uptime. And then also for 3 attacks, 3 turns, when you're buster attacking, you get up to 100% crit damage before the damage. Yeah. So your third buster can have, just from this skill alone, plus 300% crit damage. And you don't even have to do it in 1 turn. That's a common misconception. It's for 3 attacks, 3 turns. You can space it out. Sure, it's fun to see a high chain in one, but you can do this across multiple turns. And I'm pretty sure it only consumes a stack if it crits, so it's not like you can even whiff it. You can, you know, wait 3 turns for it to expire, but besides that, I don't think you can really waste it too much. So this skill is actually pretty damn insanely cracked. This is really what makes him what he is. This skill. The MP is also good for buffs, but yeah, this is just nuts for damage potential. For 1 turn. Yeah, true. You do like, it's better if you do get them in the same turn, obviously, but you know, you can still get more 100% crit buffs on other turns if you can't get them all in 1 turn. Independent Action EX, love to see it, more crit damage. His version of Divinity at least comes with a small damage cut. It's a very small one though, so it's not really all that great. Probably still mostly a demerit. And then his other flat out demerit is he takes more poison damage. Because of lore, I guess. So passive-wise, he's actually not doing all that well. They're kind of bland. Only the first one is really good. Third skill, Archer bonus. You could probably do that too. You probably could. And then the MP. There's a lot to like here. Okay, first of all, Invul Pierce for 3 turns, which you could I'm pretty sure you could stack. So you could always have that up, most likely. On MP1, you get 30% attack for 3 turns, which is a good chunk. Combine that with the second skill, get 50%. Debuff immune for 3 turns. Cool. 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Yeah, helps. And then 100% crit damage for 3 turns on base OC. Yeah, that's a lot of offense, man. Anti-army self indeed. So of all the buff MPs, this is probably the best one in the entire game. Needless to say. Go is obviously up there as well, but I think it's good for another reason. It's good because of the terror spam as well, right? For sheer damage value alone, this is where it's at. This is it. Okay. I know a lot of people say that he is actually a little bit overrated. I'll say this much, his solo actually isn't that good. His solo is like a bit weak, but I still think on a dedicated setup for bosses, he's amazing. I've never been disappointed using him. Even on my JP that says only MP1. He smashes, dude. He freaking smashes. And yeah, people can argue, but I personally, I don't think he's still top tier. He's absolutely top tier. He just smashes. He freaking wrecks, dude. Like, him and Van Gogh are the best examples of, like, self-buffing crit DPSs out there. They're the ones that truly make it shine, you know? I can't do EX plus. That's a bit too much. But I will do EX. I'm not gonna EX plus it, but yeah, he's very good. He's definitely smashing bosses. Woo! Alright, 2 more. Hey, now we're talking about a servant I was rolling for yesterday. And might roll more on Sunday as well. Oh no. So, we got Sei Shonagon, AoE quick archer. I want to almost say support slash DPS. Because she doesn't even farm that well, does she? Because she's not even on the sheet. Is that because she can't, Jord? Or because it's not worth it to see the numbers? I forgot. She can't loop, can she? Oh, man. Anyway, 12.2k attack though, that's actually very good. So at least there, you know, that's nice. Double quick, double arts. Okay for gains. Not the best for Sub or Scotty, but you know, still. Gains. So, first skill, we get a Charisma. So, what do we get? We get +1 turn of cooldown, and in return, you get 10% AoE gauge per turn for 3 turns, and also 1k healing every turn for 3 turns. I would say that's definitely worth +1 cooldown, and this is definitely better than every Charisma in the game. So, yeah. There's where some of the supporting already comes into play. She definitely helps the team as well. I like this skill. Second skill is a 3-hit, 3-turn evasion for self, very flexible, and also 3-time, 3-turn crit damage for 30%. Okay, the first effect I like, but the second, I'm just confused, right? It's a 6-turn cooldown. It's only 30%, so why is it only for 3 crits? Can someone explain this to me? Why is this so weak on the number? Besides the evade, it's like what? I don't understand this. It should be minimum 50%. Minimum. Nothing else should be even considered. If it's only 3 attacks for crits. I don't get it. But at least she has some crit, unlike most of the SSRs that are missing it. It's still okay. I like the evade. It's very flexible. Alright, self quick up for 3 turns, 30%, self battery 20%, and then a 10-star bomb. 6-turn cooldown. It's okay. It's fair, it's okay. Not too shabby. Her skills are not the best. I still think like Tesla, for instance, has a better kit. But, you know, there's some stuff. I like the first skill a lot. This is flexible because of this, and, you know, these help her go more zoom zoom. Yo, is this Fujino music? Again, if you're watching on YouTube, ignore that. Amazing. Alright, Magic Receipt, pretty okay. She has more absorb and crit damage for quick cards, 10% each more. Sure. Why not? Normal Scotty synergy. And then charm resistance, 100%. It's not, keep in mind, it's not immune like Kama is, I think. It's just 100% resistance, which basically means you're never going to get charmed, but in some rare cases where your debuff risk can get dropped down, you can still get charmed. But it's basically immune. Very similar. Okay. You see that the MP4 hits at a quick servant? Yeah, true. So it's like you would have to do a lot of work to make the loop work, right? Alter ego bonus, actually, you know, legit. On a knight servant, you can do that. If you're lacking on, what? Pretenders? Yeah. So, yeah, very legit still. The MP is just full of niches. That's what it is. So, first of all, neutral damage, 50% for 1 turn before damage. Then Shadow Servant damage, 50% for 1 turn before damage. Like, that alone is like, no, nah, dude. And then Man Attribute damage for 1 turn before damage, 50%. The Man one, great. Servant neutral, pretty good too. Shadow Servant, doo-doo. Okay. So, in many cases, she can at least get 50% damage up for the turn. So, it includes her face cards as well. Which, again, really makes me want to say she's more of a DPS than a farmer. Ay, ay, ay. So, yeah, she's so hard to make work in looping that she's not even on the sheet. You can probably make it work, but it's probably going to be very ugly. But, I think she would be better if she was single target. I think, yeah, because she can't really loop easy. Yeah. I think last year I put her on A or something. I did, okay. Wait, no, I had her on A+ last year. Okay, that was maybe a bit generous. B+ or A? She's still kinda modern. I don't hate her. She can absolutely be made to work, but I feel like she's not among the best options. Let's see, what else do we have here? Yeah, I can easily see her. I mean, obviously she doesn't farm as well as Napoleon, but besides that, I think she does like better on supporting and DPSing. So maybe they kind of break even, you know? I can see that. Okay. Then we got the only new servant. Like, all of these servants were already existing in the last year's tier list. This is the only new archer they've added in a year. And watch them add a new one next week. Watch. It's gonna happen. But so be it. See ya in 2024 for whoever it's gonna be. Anyway, we got Minamoto no Tametomo as the only new archer. 5 stars, Mr. Hunk himself. Do love this man, but I'm gonna be straight up with you already before I say anything. I think he's underwhelming. Let's just see what he's made of anyway. So he's AoE buster. You can do farming, but the numbers are ugly as shit. I would just say stick to DPSing. Farming, unless you have a really amazing copy, probably not worth. Alright, 12.4k attack though. Definitely good. That's good. That's a good start. Double buster, double art stick. I like. Give some crit potential, some more MP potential. It's okay. So at least up here, nothing bad. You know? So, first skill, it's a 3-time 3-turn buster up. But it is 50%. And then you also get 50 or 30% crit damage for 3 turns. So this is just like 3 times better than a mana burst, let's be real. But it's still not like an amazing skill, right? It's okay for farming, obviously, because you can get this for 3 MPs, but like you'd be surprised how like the numbers are still not amazing, right? Despite him having plus 50% buster on every farming MP. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. Hey Kaisuke, how's it going? Alright, second skill, self 1-time 3-turn guts or a 6-turn cooldown. He has the 2k health versus the 3k, so it's a bit lower, but the duration is average. Now he has an Ana Guts activate buff too for 3 turns, so when his Guts is activated, he gets 20% MP damage for 1 time, 3 turns, and also cleanses his own debuffs, so that those are both on Guts activation. And then when you also use the skill, you get 30% battery with the Guts. It's okay. It's kind of hard to make it really work, I feel like, but like for full value, but you know, even as is, it's fine. And then the third skill, 5 turns of ignore evasion. Yeah, watch out, dodgers. Also a regen buff for self, which gives him 1-time 5-turn MP damage buff every turn for 5 turns. I kind of hate that it's 1 time. I wish it was like 5 turns, just flat out 5 turns. So his MP would just ramp. They should do like a King Protea to him. So it's kind of annoying that it's like every MP will always consume the stacks. Damn. Considering it's only also like what, 20%? They could have done like 3 turns or something. Come on, dude. Anyway, then you also get 10% gauge per turn for 5 turns. So considering all those last for 5 turns, I think it's okay for 7-turn cooldown. But it's not like an amazing skill, just because of the stacks being consumed on every MP. Yeah, I'll give it that, Rip. I think the skill is cool. It's definitely cool. It's sadly not the most practical thing ever, but it's cool for sure. I like what they're trying, at least. So yeah, he definitely has a better skill set than a lot of the other servants we've seen so far, but considering he's a 2022 SSR, he's not really like blowing me out of the water, you know? Also, the sure hit is kind of weird on here anyway, because when you see the MP. Anyway, Magic Rest C. Crits B, okay, it's okay. Berserker Append, again. There's a lot of archers that have this. Really good. And then the MP. So we got both the holy duo of Ignore Invul and Ignore Defense before damage. So that's always nice to see. Now if you're in water side, you also get 20% buster up for 1 turn before damage. Can be okay. And then his damage mod on OC is Lawful Alignment Enemies. Standard values from 150 to 200. Yeah. The MP at least I think is great. Still not the most damaging MP out there, sadly, but FX-wise is good, for sure. Now, when I first did my first impression on him, I thought he was going to be, like, really good. But when I started trying him out, I've noticed that he kinda is a bit weaker than I thought, honestly. Like, he seems better on paper, honestly. And looping-wise, and the numbers look like this. So he's like considerably lower than even Napoleon, for instance, let alone the other ones with the triple setup. So he's definitely the weakest when it comes to the SSR AoE archers busters on the farming, despite having like a mana burst for each of his MPs as well. So it's a bit surprising when you see it. But, you know, he's still permanent, much like Napoleon. I think he's a good DPS. Is he amazing? Not really. I'm thinking like a B+, honestly. Is that too harsh? I feel like it's fair, because if he was single target, I could maybe say A. Or higher. But for... because he's also AoE, the MP doesn't do much damage for bosses. Unless you're fighting like specifically lawful. Yeah... Like, Moriarty at least is single target, even though I do like his kit a bit more, so I feel like they kind of break even. I think Tometomo is fine. He's a cool addition, he's hella cool, his voice sounds cool, his MP looks amazing, but is he all that, like, needed or amazing? No. Not at all. Alright, so now we've done the initial placement, so now we can commence baby moving stuff. Oh boy, I think this, you can see me being a bit more savage this year. I think we have a bit more stuff, like, around this region than up here. Obviously, still quite a few EXs for sure, you know? But, yeah, there's a lot of good archers, I suppose. I like that Rib. The Rib was immediately ready with the copy-paste. I think Robin is better than Euryale. I'm reading your pasta right now. I could maybe see them on the same tier, but Robin better than Euryale? Personally, I don't see it. Bump Tristan to EX and Sith to A+. I feel like I don't want to put Sith in A+. I don't know. I think she needs an MP buff. Her MP is kind of lackluster. I think he's useless against non-males. Yeah, but male is such a common thing. I can absolutely fully place her based on anti-male. It's not niche at all, dude. You would just pick her against males and she's always gonna be good, you know? I think that's very fair. It's such a common thing to see. Go back to the Saber list and bomb Chunk Sister. You know what? Let me find that. Actually, that's funny. For those watching this as well. You guys can meanwhile leave comments. Okay, let's see. I think this is it. Hey, he still remembers this shit. Okay, fuck it, dude. No Rugrats. No Rugrats! Fuck it, dude. Peace out. Dab on the haters. Scientists say it's fake. Stay mad. Alright, there you go. Bonus Trunk Sisters, a bump. They're really good. Alright. Anyway, back to archers. I'm not actually pretty satisfied with the list, but let's see. I'm still trying to read some stuff that you guys are saying. Even male damage Robin versus, is better versus male 90% of the time because they keep giving male Saber's mental debuff immune. I guess that's a fair argument, to be honest. You know what? Compromise. I will not put him higher, though. That I will not do. I will not put him higher. I can see them on the same tier, though. Higher, I can do. No can do. You know what? Actually, Arash as well. I feel like. What did I do? Okay, this is how it is. Okay. Arash A+. And there's so many people wanting to move stuff. Oh, did I move EMIYA? Was he down here? I actually forgot. Did I do? He was here, right? Okay, there we go. I think I did that on accident. I think I like him here, yeah. Napoleon's too high? Nah, he actually has good farming numbers. He's not as good as like Ishtar, Gil, or Tesla, but it's actually still good. And he's permanent, so I think he's good. And against divine opponents, he can do good deeps as well. Arjuna is too high, ouch. Hot Wheels A+ or A++. I don't know. That's a tough one. I like the buff stack potential on him though, I suppose. Why is Nobukatsu so high? Because his skill 2 is really good for a 1-star. Do people think Hot Wheels should go to A+? Maybe he should. You think I could move Kuro and Tristan to A++? You think they're better than some of the other A+s? No. Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. I don't want to put too much stuff into A++. A++ was made when I was truly struggling like insanely hard between those two. I think Tristan is yeah, he's good. You could maybe even see him at EX, but I think I like A+. Loop with Koyan, his rampaging damage arts cards. Higher damage according to HP. Yeah, but most of the time, if you're doing setups like that, you don't get the use out of the missing HP anyway, right? So the MP is still gonna stay fairly weak compared to some of the other options. I feel like he's one buff away from A+ or EX, depending on the buff. I like him at A. Also, he's story locked, so it's hard to get copies. Not that it matters too much, but, you know, something to worth note. Yeah, they should give him guts. That would make it fun to make him like low HP or something. I feel like most people outlive David very fast, Jord. That's the thing. That's why I'm not putting him into A anymore. Like, you get an account, you start using him for a month or two, and then depending on the roles, you're probably gonna just bench him very fast. And then he's just an anti-giant guy. But he's still fine if you're really lacking the options. But there's so many options nowadays. Even Shufu actually does bump him down, I feel like. So you just outlive him, like, so fast. But, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's still fine. Nothing wrong with David. I think I like the B+. I might lock this in, honestly. I think I'm going to lock this in. Obviously, there's a lot of arguments going on and whatnot. I get that. And many of them are actually well constructed as well. So I'm not, you know... I'm not saying you guys have bad points, actually good points, but and let's be real, people will never agree fully with everything. I will say this much again, because I'm locking it here. I could easily see everyone moved up or down a plus. There's always room to move. Like, you want to see Ishtar here, you can. You want to see Super Chad here, yeah, you can. Like, for me, all of that is always fine. Like, I don't care too much. And for bigger movements, yeah, fair enough. You know, I bet people will have their arguments in YouTube as well. But yeah, I think I'm okay with this. So let's see, can I get the full thing in one frame here? There we go. So now you can see all the placements. Boom. Yeah, I bet there's gonna be some angry comments regarding Gilgamesh, maybe. Damn, he's so close. He's so close. But I just want to see him a bit more modern. But I'll give him this. His farming numbers are still good. I'll give him that. But again, just to reiterate, this list is not like meant to like represent like who's the best for like 90++, because my criteria mostly just assumes MP1 for servants like him, which is in most cases not even realistic for proper 90++ farming. So, you know, again, it's all criterias, POVs, opinions, arguments, and I think I'm okay with this. And again, a bonus shout out to Trunk Sisters being moved to EX. If I put Archer in EX, I have to put them as well. Their MP doesn't loop as easily, but it loops very well, but they have much better skills than Archeria does, so, you know, there you go. Boom. Alrighty then, so we are at the end. How long did this take? This was actually like a bit shorter than the Saber one. I mean, it helps that I was solo, I guess, because, you know, I didn't have to ask for Plushie's opinion. I was just mostly looking at chat. But again, apologies, he sadly couldn't make it today. Here's hoping he can next week for Lancers, but you know, I can't promise anything. But hopefully I managed to keep you guys entertained anyway, solo, like I was always doing these. If you're watching this on YouTube, do me a solid and press the thumbs up button on this video, okay? Really helps out. Even if you disagree, it would be nice. You know, this is still a lot of work. I absolutely ravage my vocal cords for this. But yeah, we're also, or yes, stay subscribed because, you know, I'm planning on still doing these weekly. So if everything goes according to plan, we're going to do Lancers in a week's time. So yeah, hopefully you're looking forward to that as well. And yeah, with that, another list done. And I hope to see you in the next video episode.